Committee will come to order.
We don't have Ms. Hoop. Oh, yeah.
Yes, we do.
She's here.
We will now consider log number 4555 by Ms. Houlihan. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment very simply would make selective service registration automatic rather than requiring men to proactively register with the selective service system. So this amendment would purely cut the government red tape that exists and allow an important government office to be more efficient and to save money for more American taxpayers. So here are some facts. Registration rates continue to decline despite targeted and very aggressive educational campaigns by the Social Security Administration, amongst others. Here are the reasons. FAFSA has removed this requirement from their form, and this previously accounted for approximately 25% of all registrations. There has also been a generational reduction in students who apply for driver's licenses in this country. 40 states, including Washington, D.C., and 4 U.S. territories allow for registration when obtaining a driver's license. But Gen Z, as an example, only now makes up 12% of U.S. licensed drivers, which is a significant decline from previous generations driving. This amendment would also automatically trigger that all men ages 18 through 26 would be placed for selective service, and it will remove the requirement for young men to present themselves for that registration. It will ensure that individuals are registered and thus also not subject to the penalties that exist for a failure to register. So penalties for failing to register include such things as being ineligible for federal employment, for state and local employment in most states, and for state-based student aids in most states, and much more. By using available databases, the agency will be able to register all of the individuals required to be registered and thus help ensure that any future military draft is fair and is equitable. This will also allow us to rededicate resources, which basically means money, towards readiness and towards mobilization planning, as well as towards cybersecurity, rather than towards education and advertising campaigns driven to register people. I would please ask that you all favorably consider this resolution and this amendment, and I yield back.
Chair wholeheartedly endorses this amendment. It is long overdue. We live in a technological society. The Selective Service already captures this number of people, and this waste of money requiring them to check in is just purely that, a waste of money. So I wholeheartedly urge members to support the gentlelady's amendment. Any further discussion? Mr. Bacon.
I'll say it real briefly because you said about it. I'm going to support this as well. It's smart to do it automatically. It saves money. It's fair for our young men to hit this age. So, I mean, this is an outstanding amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? No further debate. The question occurs on the amendment by Ms. Houlihan. Those who are in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to. Congratulations, Ms. Houlihan. We will now consider log number what? Oh, Mr. Waltz is not here.
No, Ms. Jacobs is.
Ms. Jacobs, okay. We will now consider log number 4212 by Ms. Jacobs. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in order to speed up the process, I'll be the sole presenter on this amendment. In March, I traveled to the Chad-Sudan border with Senator Cory Booker and Congresswoman Barbara Lee to meet with Sudanese refugees, making us the first members of Congress to do so since the start of the war in Sudan last year. Before Congress, I worked in international conflict resolution, so I have been to my fair share of refugee camps. But I have never seen children as traumatized as the children I saw from Sudan in Chad. This war is driving a hunger crisis that's dangerously close to a famine in Sudan, and we're approaching the rainy season, which means it's only going to get worse. The war in Sudan has been devastating by all measures. It's created the world's largest internal displacement crisis and one of the world's worst humanitarian crises, with over 25 million people, half of Sudan's population, in dire need of aid. This war has been going on for over a year, and it's been prolonged because of the UAE's continued support for the RSF. Our own State Department has determined that the Rapid Support Forces and their allied militias are responsible for crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing, and war crimes. The UAE is one of the biggest buyers of U.S. arms. So what my amendment would do is it would ban U.S. arms sales to the UAE until the president can certify that the UAE is no longer providing material support to the RSF in Sudan. It would make the United States use all of our leverage to stop the UAE from fueling this war. Millions of Sudanese children are suffering, and we must do more to stop it. While I think it's incredibly important that we consider this amendment today, I was unable to obtain the necessary waiver to consider this amendment, and therefore I will now be withdrawing it from further consideration. Thank you.
Gentlelady withdraws. We will now consider log number 3744 by Mr. Waltz. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This amendment would enact a prohibition on exposing members of the armed services to Chinese military company investments through the Thrift Savings Plan. Now, again, this is one of those moments where I'd ask everybody to just take a 10-second listen. The federal government 401k plan, the military's 401k plan that we all know as the Thrift Savings Plan, made a decision years ago the board overseeing it made a decision years ago to invest the international fund into Chinese markets. So let's think about the irony of that, the sad irony of that for a moment. We have sailors, Marines, soldiers downrange sending their money, doing the responsible thing, saving for retirement, sending their money into this fund. And the board overseeing it has taken the approach, well, hey, I just need the best return. Even if it means investing the I fund, the international portion of the $700 billion they have in assets, into the market of our greatest adversary, a market on which many state-owned enterprises and Chinese defense industry companies reside, including just one example, Bohai Shipyards that just launched 2 ballistic missile submarines. So when historians look back on us and all of this and say, you literally funded your greatest adversary, you literally did what Lenin said you would do, which is the capitalist, we're going to sell the capitalists the rope with which we use to hang them. This is it. That decision has gone back and forth. It was ordered to be stopped by President Trump. The board overseeing it still maintains the ability to do it. Several companies included on the annex, in addition to funding their military buildup, are also directly involved in the oppression of the Uyghurs. At the end of the day, I just think we need to get this back and forth resolved and get it into law that the military's 401k plan doesn't go into the markets of our adversaries as defined in the National Defense Strategy. I think this is a pretty common sense, straightforward approach, but I just can't imagine in a future conflict sending our brave service members overseas to fight our enemies and then telling them that they've been footing the bill for the hypersonics, for the nuclear buildup, for the next aircraft carrier that is literally trying to kill them. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back my 2 minutes.
Gentleman yields back. Chair is recognized as the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to let this go on voice. We need to look at it, but there are 2 points that need to be made. First of all, the implication in some of these amendments that there is some way to separate ourselves economically from China is troubling, considering the fact that we already owe China somewhere, several $1 trillion, at least a couple $1 trillion. We are economically integrated in a way that is going to have that impact that Mr. Waltz said, and that's from decades of policy. So if our goal on this committee is to make sure that there's no economic crossing over between China and the U.S., I think achieving that goal would be vastly more costly than beneficial. So we got to be a little cautious about some of the rhetoric there about how we can't possibly have anything to do business-like from China. I forget where they're at in terms of our trading partner, but they're still one of the highest in both directions, and we're not going to be able to simply eliminate that. So I would caution us about being overly enthusiastic about making sure we sever those ties and make the situation worse. But second, and what we need to work on in the future is, as I understand it, there are a couple of different funds within TSA. Not TSA, sorry. Yeah, it is. TSP, sorry. It's very funny. I was just texting with my wife about how to get through security with the TSA. So the initials float around in your head. TSP. There is a fund now that allows you to invest in mutual funds. So you would not be allowed to invest in a mutual fund that has any investments in any of these companies. And as I understand it, mutual funds don't necessarily keep track of that. It'd be very difficult for them to know whether or not that mutual fund in question had the type of investments that are prohibited under there's a specific definition of it somewhere in the code. They don't do that. So this would essentially pretty much eliminate that one option. And then there is also the global fund or the international fund, I forget what they call it. Same thing. So I'd be interested in working with the sponsor about how do we tell? How do we separate out these mutual funds and make sure that we know which ones are invested in prohibited entities and which ones are not? This could wind up blocking us from all mutual funds because they simply can't certify what they're being asked to certify. So with that understanding, I'm not going to object to it at this point, but it is something we will need to work on as the process moves forward. I yield back.
Is there further debate? Seeing none, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Waltz. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. We are now going to consider log number 3776 by Mr. Gates. For what purposes, gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an amendment to have stronger end-use monitoring certification requirements on the Secretary. I'm particularly concerned about end-use monitoring in Ukraine. On February 28, 2023, I pressed the Department of Defense Inspector General Robert Storch about compliance with end-use monitoring for defense articles delivered to Ukraine. He refused to answer whether the DoD was in full compliance. On January 11th, 2024, the IG released an evaluation of the DoD's enhanced use monitoring of defense articles provided to Ukraine. That report found that the DoD did not fully comply during the time period covered by the review for enhanced use monitoring. The DIG determined that as of June 2nd, 2023, serial number inventories for more than $1 billion of the $1.7 billion that they were looking at for this particular review were delinquent. That's about 59% of the serial numbers delinquent during this time of review. Also quoting from the report, quote, during the evaluation, the U.S. Air Force received thousands of enhanced use monitoring designated defense articles that were never inventoried. In addition, as of July 12, 2023, 30% of defense articles transferred to Ukraine were delinquent in the Security Cooperation Information Portal and Use Monitoring Database for having never been inventoried either before or after transfer to the UAF. For these reasons, we, the Department of Defense IG, determined that the DoD did not fully comply with the end-use monitoring program requirements for defense articles and accountability in a hostile environment. Mr. Chairman, the language of the amendment would prohibit further drawdowns unless the Secretary of Defense certifies in a non-delegable way that these end-use monitoring requirements of law are being met. That's the amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair is informed that the department has indicated that this would enhance end-use monitoring and that they can accommodate and execute it, so I fully support it. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't support it, and my understanding is the DoD is troubled by this, and also we already have all manner of different in-use requirements on Ukraine. They have been very heavily vetted and certified, and I worry that this I mean, we're already delayed aid to Ukraine by 6 months longer than we should have. If we delay it further, it could have catastrophic consequences, in my view. Also, my staff informs me that the way this is drafted, it could be interpreted as requiring in-use certification prior to delivery of equipment and training. And you can't certify in-use of a piece of equipment before it is being used. So I think this would be unduly cumbersome on transferring aid to Ukraine at a time when they desperately need it, and I would urge members to vote no. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Keating is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. My understanding, too, from the Department of Defense and the Secretary of Defense Office is that they do oppose it. So if something happened in the interim, it's news to me. I do think that there's an issue with this. If you don't support Ukraine, then don't support Ukraine. But don't take these circuitous methods to hurt the effort of Ukraine. Just vote against Ukraine and funding it the way we did, but the way the 311 people did in opposition to that position. So the issue shouldn't be if you're supporting Ukraine or not. The gentleman mentioned that Ukraine specifically. This would also hurt Taiwan. We have used this drawdown with Taiwan. So if you're concerned about Taiwan and don't support Ukraine, you shouldn't support this either. And again, the way this is drafted, it creates a real problem. The amendments requiring certification and use compliance before the defense articles are even provided. How can you logically certify and monitor what's happened before it happened? So I think there's problems with the wording as well. This is a solution looking for a problem, quite frankly. I can think of one example in Ukraine that we should all consider, because it's just not affecting our ability to deal with Ukraine, but also there's a 56-person coalition right now around the world. Many of those people sit down monthly, and they sit down at the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. They're working every 30 days, seeing what an urgent need is, and among the whole grouping of allies dealing with this, they are looking for who can best respond in a fast manner to the problem. If we're sitting in that group and we're sitting there with assets that we can use, Ukraine needs it, our other allies can't, then we can't really participate in that group, which has been extremely important in a timely manner. So I could go on and on. The night is approaching. This is a bad amendment. The intent of it may well be good, but it fails. So I oppose this amendment. I yield back.
The ranking member is recognized for a point of clarification.
Yeah, just on what the chairman said, I just want to make sure members understand. DOD opposes this amendment. They have said if forced to, they could execute it.
Correct.
It's not because they support it. I just want to make sure that the chairman's remarks were fully understood there. And it unduly complicates the situation. So the DOD does not support this amendment.
Any further discussion? Mr. Courtney.
Sure. Just briefly, every single supplemental that this Congress has passed, and the last was with 311 votes, and I give the Speaker great credit for bringing it to the floor, has included language that the Appropriations Committee has put in requiring that the Inspector General have oversight and visibility into every single article that's being sent over there. And anyone who is following just what's been happening in the last week or so, the fact is time is the enemy. They are getting showered with missiles. They need to get this material over as soon as possible. The military leadership in Ukraine is desperate in terms of trying to get this help there, and to have another layer of certification is really just another delay in terms of an ally of ours that needs the help now. I just think that there is no justification based on the IG oversight that's been part of the supplementals that have not come back with any major problems for us to add the certification, and I would yield to Mr. Gates.
Yeah, I would just say, I agree there's great value in what the Appropriations Committee has done with those IGs, but then when the IGs then come back and say the law's not being followed and the end-use monitoring is not being complied with, what would you have us do if not put in another level of certification?
Well, certainly my understanding of the IG's feedback is just that they do not see any real problem in terms of material that's being misused or not going to where it's needed. And I would yield to the ranking member.
Just to answer the question, the other thing is part of what the IG does is they make the DOD aware of it, and the DOD has responded to it. So I think the DOD is responding to the IG reports, and I don't think you don't need to burden them further. They're not ignoring the IG. Thank you, Mr. Courtney.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? If there's no further debate, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Gates. So many in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Okay, the next bill to be considered is log number 4314R2 by Mr. Gates of Florida. For what purposes, gentlemen from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During consideration of the FY2024 NDAA, Representative Jacobs and I argued for the prohibition of the transfer of cluster munitions. This amendment would stop the further transfer of cluster munitions. Cluster munitions have caused grave harm to combatants and non-combatants alike. According to the New York Times, since World War II, cluster munitions have killed an estimated 56,000 to 86,000 civilians. According to an Intercept article published on July 5th of 2023, a Ukrainian woman living in the town of Izum, then occupied by invading Russian troops, was killed in a shelling launched by the Ukrainian military. Human Rights Watch, which visited the scene of the attack, said that the death was caused by a cluster munition. A detailed report by Human Rights Watch and echoed by the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs stated that cluster munition attacks killed or wounded around 1,000 people in 2022, of whom 890 were in Ukraine, and 95% of whom were civilians. In 2022, there was a total of at least 185 casualties from cluster munition remnants, not the actual explosion of the bomb, but the remnants in Azerbaijan, Iraq, Laos, Lebanon, Syria, Ukraine, and Yemen. Children accounted for 71% of all these casualties. My friends, the civilized world has stopped producing and transmitting cluster munitions. The United States is an outlier in this respect. These munitions are indiscriminate. They largely are killing civilians. This should not be a part of how the United States conducts warfare. We should not be a follower here, and we should lead. And I appreciate my colleague, Ms. Jacobs, and my colleague, Mr. McGovern, for helping me out on the other side of the aisle on this one. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you. The only place that cluster munitions are being used right now is in Ukraine, and I guess Russia is outside of the civilized world because they're not holding back in using cluster munitions and also in aggressively mining all across Ukraine. The sad fact is in Ukraine right now, there is unexploded ordnance across the areas of the country that Russia has attacked one way or another that are going to be there, gosh, 100 years probably easily. The weapons that we are transferring to Ukraine gives Ukraine the chance to defend themselves against this attack. Russia is not going to similarly limit themselves, and as has been outlined repeatedly, Ukraine is in a very difficult situation. These weapons are helping them to stop that attack. So, unfortunately, this is amounting to unilateral disarmament of the Ukrainians in the midst of a fight for their lives. In an ideal world, I completely agree. And if we could get every other country in the world to agree to not use these, I'm there. I think it's a place we ought to go, and I think the U.S. ought to be very cautious about where we send them, and we have been. The only place in the world right now we're sending them is Ukraine, and it's because it is a unique set of circumstances where they are under attack by an enemy that, again, is using cluster munitions and all manner of weapons that jeopardize the civilian population. Cutting Ukraine off at this point only gives Russia a further ability to prosecute that war. So I oppose this amendment, and if you support Ukraine in their fight against Russia, you should oppose it as well. I yield back.
Chair agrees with the ranking member's remarks and now recognizes Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I agree that cluster munitions can be particularly problematic if a high dud rate exists, as is reportedly associated with a 40% Russian cluster munition dud rate. However, U.S. cluster munitions in the current inventory have less than a 3% dud rate and are essential for future conflict. In fact, cluster munitions developed here after 2018 have an even lower 1% dud rate. There are multiple scenarios in Indo-PACOM that will require the use of these munitions to blunt an advancing force. Former Indo-PACOM Commander Admiral Harris highlighted that cluster munitions are essential for potential conflict with North Korea, as Kim Jong-un has 1.2 million soldiers deployed along the DMZ. It's particularly hard to conceive denying a partner these cluster munitions that serve to blunt massive Russian army movements, as evidenced by Ukraine. You know, Russia has been using cluster munitions since the start of this war to attack Ukraine. The administration policy during President Obama's tenure, his administration reaffirmed that cluster munitions are legitimate weapons with clear military utility. President Trump, his administration continued this policy and indicated that cluster munitions provide the joint force with an effective and necessary capability to engage area targets. Even President Biden supports the use of these munitions in conflict. China, by the way, has not banned cluster munitions. And so, since Russia is using them in Ukraine, why in the world would we tie our and our allies' hands in the middle of a fight? It makes no sense. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. And I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I respectfully disagree with you and my ranking member. Most U.S. allies, including most NATO members, have signed on to the Convention on Cluster Munitions. And I think it's a real mistake that the United States hasn't. These weapons maim and kill civilians indiscriminately. In fact, studies have shown that 2/3 of those who are killed are children. And it's because these don't really look like weapons when they're unexploded. They look interesting to kids, they're bright colors. So when kids find these weapons in trees, in water, or simply on the ground, they try to pick them up and can end up losing a limb or their life. And while I appreciate all of the guardrails that have been put in place by the Ukrainians on how they're using these weapons, I don't think any amount of guardrails for cluster munitions are enough. We need to ban the transfer of these weapons entirely. Our partners and allies expect us to do the right thing and protect civilians, especially kids. Now is our chance to actually live up to that reputation, to live up to our values, to live up to the why we are different from the people we are fighting. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly oppose this amendment, joining with the chairman and ranking member. Prohibiting the transfer of cluster munitions would limit Ukrainian courageous ability to push back war criminal Putin, his murderous forces who have illegally invaded Ukraine. Russia is currently threatening to use or utilize every weapon in their arsenal, including cluster munitions, and shamelessly to murder civilians and hit civilian infrastructure. Last month, the American ambassador to Ukraine, Ambassador Bridget Brink, stated that Russian forces had attacked Odessa with a ballistic missile and cluster munitions that killed several innocent civilians and wounded multiple others, including children. Last May, I had the opportunity to be with Ambassador Brink in Kyiv, and I know of her great credibility recognizing the damage caused by the Putin cluster bombs, which actually killed innocent civilians who were on a promenade overlooking the Black Sea. The cluster munitions of the U.S. is sending to Ukraine are being used to target large formations of Russian troops and other military targets, such as airfields and training camps. Compared to the cluster munitions that Russia uses with a 40% failure rate, the munitions the U.S. is sending has less than 3% failure rate. In a conflict where Ukraine is heavily outnumbered, cluster munitions provide Ukraine with a firepower they need. Also, according to the Congressional Research Service, Ukraine abides by 5 key principles in the usage of the cluster munitions. 1, use them only in Ukraine. 2, only in non-urban areas where Russian forces are concentrated. 3, maintain records of the weapons use. 4, prioritize those areas for later determining and demining operations. And 5, report to Ukraine's partners about the use of cluster munitions. Russia does not adhere to any conditions because they have used the cluster munitions in Ukraine and in Syria. Prohibiting the transfer of munitions to Ukraine would be handicapping the people of Ukraine, and at the same time, limiting Ukrainian defensive capabilities benefits the uncivilized war criminal Putin to murder Ukrainian civilians because it would make the Russian illegal invading forces safer. America, more than ever, needs to aid Ukraine establish peace through strength, particularly today, as war criminal Putin threatens the use of tactical nuclear weapons to mass murder Ukrainians. Also today, the Washington Times threat analysis reports Russia recently launched a counter-space weapon capable of attacking U.S. satellites. War criminal Putin should be deterred as we support our allies. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize Mr. Connor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of Representative Gates' amendment and appreciate his and Representative Jacobs' leadership on this. You know, there were 123 countries in Geneva recently about cluster munitions, many NATO allies, many democracies, and they issued a rebuke to 3 countries, to Russia, to Ukraine, and to the United States of America. Now, I am all for defending Ukraine, and I have voted for aid, but not at any price, not at any cost, not at the moral credibility of the United States of America. I don't want to be dragged into the level that it's compromising our moral leadership in the world. And why are we getting rebuked, the greatest country in the world, and being dragged in with countries like Ukraine and Russia? We're a far greater nation. We shouldn't be sinking to those standards. And the reality is, anyone who's read about the issue there, it's because the challenge is Ukraine doesn't have enough artillery. Giving them a few more cluster bombs isn't going to change that fundamental deficit that they have. They're getting outproduced 6-1. You know, I'm always made fun of as the one guy who votes against the defense budget on this committee. But my one question is, how are we getting to $1 trillion and we can't produce enough artillery to give Ukraine? So I appreciate the Representative Gates' amendment, and I'll be voting yes.
Chair, and I recognize Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment for the same reasons that you and the ranking member pointed to and my other colleagues that are also opposed. Many very legitimate reasons as to why we should not take this off the table. If this was a worldwide agreement where everybody agreed not to use these weapons, it would make sense for the United States to do that. Other than that, this takes away a tool that, while when you have high dud rates, certainly has an impact. The United States has done everything that it can to responsibly develop and use these weapons and transfer them to friends to make sure that in a conflict that they have the tools necessary to counter their adversaries. This is really what this is about, and making sure that we don't take anything off of the table. This is a matter of the very survival of these entities that are looking to defend themselves. We cannot take opportunities off the table, especially when their adversaries are using them in many times in wanton ways, in very indiscriminate ways. And listen, we can have the debate all day long about, you know, how these munitions work, these cluster munitions work. But the bottom line is we have to make sure we keep in mind that this is about assuring that we don't take tools off the table that are necessary for the very survival of these forces. And it goes back to the same debate about which weapons you use. It goes all the way back to the same debate we had about nuclear weapons use there in Japan. Listen, there is an argument to be made morally on both sides of this, but I would argue that if you look at overall the things that we need to do in order to make sure that none of these opportunities are taken off the table, then we shouldn't take U.S. cluster munitions off the table and transferring those to others unless those that are using the cluster munitions today are also willing to do the same thing.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Mr. Moulton.
Mr. Chairman, I think this is pretty simple. If my kids were in Ukraine, I would not want them picking up cluster munitions. But the one thing that I would want even less is for them to be picked up by these criminal Russians, probably kidnapped from their parents, sent off to Russia by that criminal, oppressive regime. Ukraine has asked for these munitions to save its children. And that's why we should object to this amendment. I yield back.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Gates. Those who are in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion chair, the noes have it. Roll call vote is requested and will be postponed. The next amendment we will consider is log number 3763 by Mr. Jackson of Texas. For what purposes, gentlemen from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is to prohibit the funds, any funds, from being used by the Department of Defense for transportation of Palestinian refugees to the United States. On October 7th of last year, Hamas launched an entirely unprovoked and barbaric war against Israel. While there was broad bipartisan support for the Jewish state of Israel at the onset of this horrific act of terrorism from Hamas, unfortunately, we have seen the radical left begin to sympathize with Hamas and oppose what is very clearly in America's best interest. While there is no shortage of things that I disagree with this administration on, at first it appeared President Biden was going to have Israel's back. However, it is par for the course for this administration. President Biden began to slowly cave to the far-left extremist Hamas sympathizers in his party and has slowly walked back his support for Israel. Not only has this included going to great lengths to use American taxpayer dollars to provide aid to an area controlled by Hamas, but as my colleague from Florida, Mr. Gates, pointed out in our posture hearing with Secretary Austin, we are putting American lives at risk to provide that aid. Hamas has the resources to support the civilian population, but they instead choose to hoard their food, water, and medical supplies for their terrorist operatives and their terrorist activities. I assure you there are no Hamas fighters that are going hungry. To make matters even worse now, President Biden is considering using American taxpayer dollars to support the mass transportation of Palestinians to the United States. Innocent civilians absolutely deserve to live their lives free from being used as pawns by Hamas terrorists, but I cannot in good conscience support the President's idea of bringing thousands of unvetted Palestinians into our country without definitive knowledge that they are actually innocent or civilian. We already face a historical national security issue with an unknown number of terrorist-linked individuals and unknown gotaways in our country because of the Biden administration's open border policies. So it would be absolutely reckless to transport more individuals from a terror-prone area into our country without the resources or the will to properly vet them. I understand that not every Palestinian is Hamas, but realistically it would be nearly impossible for us to adequately vet each refugee and ensure they don't have some form of connection to Hamas, the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, or any other Iranian proxy. And I assure you that these terrorist groups will take full advantage of any such relocation program. It only takes us missing something with one individual to potentially be allowing a massive terrorist attack to occur here in our homeland. Mass transportation of these individuals to our country without a thorough vetting process would be a mistake and poses a very severe national security risk to our homes and to our children. My amendment would ensure that American taxpayer dollars aren't used to potentially transport a Hamas operative here to the United States, and I would urge all of my colleagues to support this. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Sure. Mr. Moulton's recognized.
Mr. Jackson, I guess I understand what you're trying to do, but I think this is just unnecessarily cruel and nativist. Palestinians are suffering under the weight of a profoundly oppressive Hamas regime, a terrorist organization that uses them as human shields. So it's totally hypocritical to fixate on the use of human shields, as we have often done on this committee, to condemn Hamas, which is clearly heinous, while simultaneously refusing to recognize the humanity and indeed the innocence of those very people used as human shields. So if my colleagues, and quite honestly the Israelis, understood anything about counterinsurgency campaigns, they would understand that Palestinian civilians are exactly the population that the Israelis need to win over if they're going to win this fight. Now, DoD funds are generally not used for large-scale refugee transport, and I am not supportive of large-scale displacement of Palestinians from Gaza, which is their home. But this blanket ban would prevent, for example, the U.S. military from flying wounded children to the United States or evacuating a U.S. citizen child if one of their parents was not a U.S. citizen. An American citizen child could not be evacuated from Gaza under this amendment. And I'd remind our colleagues that one of our colleagues is married to an Iraqi. Imagine if we had had this amendment preventing Iraqis from coming to the United States, undermining the work of so many veterans on this committee to bring those refugees here, or the same with Afghans. So I just think this is political posturing, singling out one of the most vulnerable populations in the world for political gain. It's not in the interest of the United States. It's not in the interest of the Israelis, and it's morally wrong. So I oppose the amendment. Now I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Lamborn.
Thank you. I just want to briefly associate myself with what Representative Jackson has said. He's made some good points, but one thing I want to stress is that we have very limited dollars for the Department of Defense. We all share the frustration. Programs we know are very important are being underfunded because there are so many critical priorities. And to add a new humanitarian, well-intended thing that has no funding, though, and has open-ended costs associated with it, I just think is something we should not do until we give it a lot more deliberation. And Congress would want to have to sign off on that. So in the time being, I support this amendment and say we shouldn't take on this obligation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes ranking member.
Thank you. I just really agree with what Mr. Moulton had to say. I mean, this is a particularly cruel amendment. First of all, let's be clear. There is no plan to bring a single solitary Palestinian civilian refugee to the U.S. at the moment, much less thousands. So we're not stopping something that's happening here. What this does is it says, as Mr. Moulton pointed out, under no circumstances can we bring any refugee from Palestine to the U.S., or DOD funds cannot be used for that purpose. And it also, you know, as Mr. Jackson's comments, in fact, frankly, I'm more troubled by this amendment after the remarks in support of it than I was before. Basically, it says we should treat all Palestinians like they're terrorists. And, I mean, that pretty close to bigoted. I mean, we have plenty of ways to vet a variety of different people. So I do not think that this advances our interests. We have refugee policy, we have vetting policy, and as Mr. Moulton pointed out, one of the biggest threats right now to Israeli security is the humanitarian catastrophe that is happening in Gaza. And if we don't pay any attention to that, it is only going to get worse for Israel, for the Middle East, and for the potential of this war spreading. So I think this amendment is wholly unnecessary and cruel in its approach, and I would urge the committee to oppose it.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Fallon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in support of this amendment. Just a couple of things. One, the United States military has finite resources. That's why this is the genesis of this amendment. And also, the DOD's mission is the security of the homeland. So let's look at some polling as well, because if you come to this country, you want people to blend in and you want people to appreciate it. And you don't want, it's very difficult to, as Mr. Jackson said, separate somebody that may have Hamas sympathies. Palestinian Center for Policy and Survey Research found that 53% of those in Gaza support Hamas, and only 14% the Palestinian Authority. That was in 2021. Then in June of 22, there was a poll that said that 65% of folks that live in Gaza didn't even want a dialogue with the United States, and 49% didn't even want aid, which was a slight majority. And then in another poll for the Palestinian Center for Public Opinion in 2015 asked what role the U.S. plays in Middle East peace process. Only 1.6% said very constructive. And a Pew Research in 2013 found that 76% of folks that live in Gaza viewed the United States as the enemy. 57% of Gazans and 82% of those in the West Bank find that Hamas was justified in carrying out the October 7th attack. And the president of Egypt, by the way, Egypt and Jordan have taken in 0 Palestinian refugees. The president I believe it's LCC, that the mass exodus risks bringing militants into Egypt. So if that's the case, why should we risk bringing militants into the United States? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Kim.
Well, look, I'll just start by saying let's not use polling as the sole reasoning in which we're looking at whether or not someone can come in or not. What we're talking about here is a very specific vetting process that we have that's tried and true. We've used in many different circumstances. So I take issue with the author of this, who talked about this being unvetted. That's sending the wrong messaging. That's not what it is that we're talking about. And as the ranking member mentioned, this is not even an active policy moving forward at this time. We're thinking through this. We're trying to make sure DOD has all the tools at their disposal to be able to handle what they think is the right thing to do. And I don't think it's the right time for Congress to be trying to come up with blanket provisions here that are really, getting at this point in the wrong way. When we're looking at what a long-term solution would look like, we're talking about trying to find ways to be able to address this and get the Palestinians to reject Hamas, to be able to provide humanitarian assistance at such a critical time, and conflating this idea that all Palestinians are with Hamas or are Hamas, I think is the wrong message to be sending, and certainly something that would be really detrimental to some of our long-term efforts that we're trying to do. So I don't support this at all. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Jimenez is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the amendment. Yes, and I will look at the polling data of the Palestinians in Gaza, and I think it'd be foolish of us to bring them here, especially when the president of Egypt himself says that they would pose a security problem for Egypt. If they're going to pose a security problem for Egypt, they will pose a security problem for us. And as far as the vetting process is concerned, if it's similar to the vetting process we're using now on the southern border, frankly, I don't trust that vetting process. So at this point, I would like to, yield the rest of my time to my colleague from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
Thank you. Just a couple of things, just factually, I just want to point out and correct the record, that this amendment, if you read it, it's very small, it's just a paragraph, to transport Palestinian refugees. It does not ban American citizens from coming to America. That would obviously be clearly illegal and unconstitutional. And the second point is, it's just saying that the Department of Defense will not transport Palestinian refugees. It doesn't say the State Department, it doesn't say about any other federal agency for that matter. Thanks, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have to say that my colleagues on the other side's claims are absolutely outrageous. Of course, anyone we bring to the United States would be vetted, and to imply that all Gazans are connected to Hamas is absurd. Palestinian civilians are not responsible for the actions of Hamas, and in fact, the whole reason we have the asylum and refugee system that we have is to protect people who are fleeing violence, bloodshed, and instability. The refugee system was in place because when it was the Jewish people who were needing to leave Nazi Germany, we were turned away. So I think, as a Jewish American, it is important for me to stand up for all refugees from everywhere, because that is who we're protecting. We're protecting people who are fleeing violence and bloodshed and instability. This amendment sends a terrible message that will contribute to the rise of xenophobia and anti-Muslim sentiments, not to mention all of the very valid concerns that my colleague Mr. Moulton talked about in terms of how it would impact American citizens who are Palestinian. And to my colleagues who are talking about what the Jordanians and the Egyptians are doing, Jordan is actually home to the largest number of registered Palestinian refugees in the world, which is about 2.4 million Palestinian refugees that live in Jordan. And I think it's incredibly important that we do not endorse wholesale removal of Palestinians from Gaza to other places like Egypt or Jordan, which is why this whole debate is rather silly, because this is not a plan that the administration is even considering. But the fact that you all would say that all Palestinian civilians are responsible for the actions of Hamas, to me is one of the most offensive things I've heard so far today, and that's a pretty high bar. I yield back.
Chair, now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
At some point, I suspect we ought to take a deep breath and listen to ourselves and listen to the nature of the debate we have before us. This is an amendment about something that doesn't exist. But if it did exist, the way the amendment is written is that the Department of Defense cannot use money that is appropriated to the Department of Defense or money, any other money that may be received, presumably from anywhere else. Just take a step back here. Palestinians, West Bank, Gaza, humanitarian crisis of great significance. Young children, mothers, fathers in Gaza, seriously injured, seeking medical services in America. Department of Defense cannot engage, even though it may be one of the most important diplomatic methods we have available to deal with Hamas. It may be that we want to have the Palestinian people understand that the United States does care about them. It may be that the Palestinians are not just in Gaza. It may be that they're actually in the West Bank also. So I'm just take a step back. What is it that you're actually going to accomplish here? I would suggest that this amendment, or the inability of the military to engage its aircraft in any refugee program in which Palestinians are involved, cannot happen. It's not that we're going to be talking about 2.4 million Palestinians. It may be that we're not talking about any. But the message here is not helpful to American diplomacy, and certainly not helpful, which will undoubtedly happen, that the opportunity arises for the United States to reach out and help one or more, or maybe dozens, or maybe hundreds of Palestinians that have been seriously damaged by the war, either physically or otherwise. I cannot imagine this issue of terrorism. So I just think we ought to just take a deep breath here and say, okay, maybe the military does have a role in the refugee crisis that does exist for the Palestinians, both West Bank as well as Gaza. And maybe we ought to be assisting in that crisis with a refugee program. Maybe it's only going to be medical. May very well be medical at the outset. So I suggest this is an amendment. I try to understand the underlying reasons for it, but I'm looking at this, I'm going, no, I really think the military may, at some day in the future, have a significant and very useful role for American purposes, diplomatic as well as humanitarian, in bringing into the United States refugees from what is currently one of the most horrific human crises that we face. We can put Ukraine on that same list, at the same level. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from California. We will now go to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few points here. First off, if to our colleague from California, Ms. Jacobs, if these refugees were to be vetted, I certainly hope it would not be by Secretary Mayorkas, because it's not happening coming from the southern border. I applaud this preemptive measure. Had we had this in Afghanistan, the State Department is not prohibited from transporting refugees. Had we had this, they would not have pawned off their responsibility to the DOD and use DOD money to transport the Afghanistan refugees. With that, I yield to my colleague from Texas, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Alford, and thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Thank you, Mr. Garamendi. I appreciate where you're coming from. I do really on this, but look, you're asking why we're doing this because it's a problem that doesn't exist, but it will exist, and it's not something that we can afford to address after the fact. It's being discussed. There's an article out, according to internal federal documents obtained by CBS News. Senior officials in the Biden administration and U.S. agencies are actively discussing practicality of different options to resettle Palestinians in the United States. I'm not saying that we shouldn't help relocate refugees. I understand. I would like to do that as well, but we just is not safe to do it here in this country at this particular time based on some of the stuff that we've heard and the fact that many of these people, as they're raised from the time they're, in preschool, are taught to hate Americans and see Americans as the enemy. Not all of Palestinians are Hamas, and I did not say that, but all Hamas are Palestinians. Right? We just cannot safely vet these people. We really can't. I mean, at this particular point, we've seen that this current administration is not capable, not willing, and they don't have the ability to vet people on our southern border already. There's no way they're going to be able to vet these people that are coming from an area like Gaza, where they don't have any records or any background and know exactly who they are or what they represent. And so with that, I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Fallon.
Thank you. This amendment, to be clear.
Mr. Fallon, if you'll pause for a minute, does the gentleman from Missouri yield time to the?
I yield the balance of my time to the representative, Mr. Fallon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alford. This amendment is not saying that we won't provide humanitarian aid. It's saying that we're not going to use our extremely limited and precious military resources to transport folks to the United States. When you have, first of all, there would be no Palestinian refugee crisis if their elected government didn't start a war and murder 1,200 Jews and take 200 plus souls hostage. This is all lays at Hamas's feet. So if you want a historical context, unfortunately, civilians are killed in wars. In Normandy, some of us are going over to celebrate the 80th anniversary. 19,000 French civilians were killed by American bombs when we invaded Normandy. I didn't actually even know that until this whole thing came up. It happens, and it's awful. But those 19,000 French civilians that were killed, I don't think it was the responsibility of the United States. I think it was Hitler's fault for starting the whole damn thing in the first place. And so, we used to do in the state legislature an amendment to the amendment. I'd love to do an amendment to say folks that from Gaza that come over, if they stay in homes of members of Congress, then that would be authorized. So step it up and stop being so hypocritical. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Missouri controls the balance of the time.
I yield back the balance of my time, sir.
I thank the gentleman from Missouri. We'll now go to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Escobar. Gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it is so important for us to hear what our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are saying right now. One of them said refugees are supposed to, quote unquote, blend in. There is also an implication that was made that Palestinians are Hamas. There was an implication made that Americans who have been profoundly concerned about the civilian deaths in the Gaza Strip are Hamas. After the horrific October 7th attack on Israel, there were many people saying that this was Israel's 9/11. I want us to all remember what happened after 9/11 and the vile Islamophobia that permeated the country after that attack. We cannot allow the same kind of xenophobia to permeate conversations that we are having around this really terrible conflict in the Middle East. This will set a unique precedent. After we airlifted allies of ours out of Afghanistan, Fort Bliss, which I have the incredible privilege of representing, helped house many of these Afghan allies. The DoD has been tasked with supporting diplomatic and national security efforts across the globe, but here today, because refugees are supposed to blend in, because Palestinians are Hamas, because concerned Americans are Hamas. This is really stunning language. This is a serious committee. We are dealing with serious issues. This effort by DOD is not even happening. We should, as my colleague Mr. Garamendi said, take a breath and not engage in the same way that we've seen other committees engage. I will leave it at that. I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman from Texas. We'll now go to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't, as an Afghan veteran, I don't understand the comparison, because when you talk about Afghani refugees, you're talking about people who fought with us, who are already vetted, who are already known commodities to us, so it's not a good comparison. It's not commensurate. I just want to make that first point. Secondly, I was recently in Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh. It's the first freshman Codel. 1 million people who are refugees from Myanmar who live in 13 square kilometers. Do we start there? If we're going to talk about taking 1 million people from there, because they certainly can't come into Bangladesh, they won't allow them. And since Egypt won't allow these people, then I guess we should take those people too. And then the other 26 million refugees all over the world, they might as well take them too. But we already have a problem, because we have over 10 million that came here and claimed asylum also. There is a distrust, a specific distrust we have right now, because there is not a good vetting process. We're distrustful because we've seen how this has been abused. So we're trying to be preemptive and responsible, because America has had it. It's an 80% issue, guys. We can't continue to say we're going to take the entire world's population that's refugees. I'm as compassionate as anybody. I've gone to at least a half a dozen countries to help people on missions and stuff like that. I believe in being compassionate. I believe in being generous. But let's be reasonable about who you accept into your house and what that means to your children and the future of America. Let's have a real conversation about real things and real people, because what makes the Palestinian refugees any more in need than the ones in Bangladesh? Why, if Egypt won't take these folks and Bangladesh won't take them, why does it always end up being America that has to take on everybody's refugees? And I'm not saying we shouldn't take refugees. We have a program with a cap on it. But it's not the responsibility of the military, and it's not the responsibility to increase this cap. We're trying to preemptively be responsible, and I think responsibility is what Congress was meant to do. Because like Coolidge said, the business of America is business. If we don't have opportunities here, and we limit our resources by what we make in decisions, then we all suffer, and so do future generations for America. With that, I yield.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Virginia, Mrs. Kiggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, it's interesting to hear how different members of our committee have different perceptions about what this bill is about. And I know there's discussions, and I hear the members about allowing refugees into the country in different times in history where that may or may not have been the right action. But in my opinion, in my interpretation, is that we've become distrustful of some of the actions of the administration that they've taken. And we look at, for example, the building of the pier off of Gaza, and that cost $330 million taxpayer dollars, and it sent 1,100 military members from Virginia to be at risk there. And they didn't ask any member of Congress before that happened. I remember we had a brief on it, and members on both sides of the aisle were not happy about the lack of transparency that was coming out of the administration. So we don't trust, right? We don't trust that the administration is going to do the right thing and going to be transparent with members of Congress. That's our role here. I mean, look at what happened with the Israel aid packages. We finally got that to the floor. We passed the Israel aid. We voted as a majority of Congress to send money to Israel. And then what happened a couple weeks later? The Biden administration, again, unilaterally decided that they would stop an arms shipment that was on its way to Israel. And we sat in a brief last week, again, that was a bipartisan group. And people were upset with that lack of transparency. So there's no trust now that exists between the administration and what happens in Congress. And that's our job here in Congress, is to provide that oversight. So in my opinion, that's what this bill does. It puts some guardrails on the administration. It says, hey, if we need to have a discussion about refugees, and you know, we did it for Afghanistan. I know there was a mention even of the Holocaust, and you know, there may be times where that's appropriate, but you've got to involve Congress, and this puts guardrails on administration that we in reality don't trust right now because of some of the recent action that they've taken without including Congress. So because of that, I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've had a full discussion on this amendment. There being no further debate, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Jackson. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Roll call vote is requested and will be postponed temporarily. The next item we will consider is log number 4237 by Mr. Lalota. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Chairman, I have a brief, bipartisan, non-controversial amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment, the brief, nonpartisan amendment? Especially brief, yes. Without objection, the reading of the amendments dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York to explain his brief, nonpartisan amendment.
Chairman, artificial intelligence holds a significant potential for advancing our national security, yet AI also poses risks. It's vital that our nation's defense leaders collaborate with global allies on AI strategies, building on initiatives like the Department of Defense's AI Partnership for Defense. Chairman, my amendment proposes creating a multilateral AI working group to coordinate these efforts, mirroring the bipartisan 5 AIs Act. The amendment would enable Congress to oversee this crucial area effectively. However, Chairman, this is why it's going to be brief. Because of jurisdictional issues, I would like to withdraw my amendment and look forward to future cooperation. But before I do so, I want to thank the co-sponsors of the bill related to this amendment, H.R. 6425, Representatives Kano, Wenstrup, Davis, and Houlihan for their support. Chairman, with 4 minutes and 11 seconds remaining, I yield back the balance of my time.
Does the gentleman withdraw?
I withdraw the amendment. I yield back.
All right, we will now consider log number 4160 by Ms. Slotkin. For what purposes generally from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since my
Without objection, reading of the amendments dispensed with, I reserve a point of order against the amendment. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Pardon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Since my very first day as a member of this committee, I have pushed the Department of Defense to take more aggressive action to stem the flow of PFAS chemicals and clean up contamination where it already exists. I have raised this all 5 NDAAs that I've been a part of. I'm raising it here in my last NDAA. There has been resistance from the Department of Defense at every single turn. We were told the department needed to study the issue. We were told that cleaning up PFAS would cost too much. Until recently, we had no national standard, and we couldn't use our state standard. Thanks to dedicated advocates, work of members of this committee on both sides of the aisle, we've made some real progress. From phasing out PFAS from all military exercises. They can't use them now on military bases. They have access to technical alternatives. We've done a lot to ban this chemical on our bases. In places like in Michigan, Oscoda, Grayling, the groundwater around those locations need to be cleaned up. In April of 2024, just now, we now have from the EPA a national standard on PFAS. We've been engaging with the Department of Defense immediately. This amendment is critical to hold the Department of Defense feet to the fire when it comes to taking aggressive action to protect service members, their families, and defense communities. It's a bipartisan amendment. Therefore, I was extremely disappointed that we have some procedural barriers. Defense communities need this Defense Department to do what they said they were going to do, clean things up. So I'm forced to withdraw today, but I look forward to working on this issue some other way.
Generally withdraws. We will now consider log number 4385R1 by Ms. Lotkin. For what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. Sorry.
Clerk,
I do
please
want to talk to
distribute-
you, but I just have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, the problem I want to highlight today is the issue related to supply chains on the drug supply in this country. We have a real risk of dependence on foreign nations, including China, for life-saving drugs and ingredients made to use those drugs. This amendment would basically force the Department of Defense Pharmacy Benefit Program to preference American producers of pharmaceuticals. I would guess that every single member in this room today have heard from healthcare providers about drug shortages in your district. Chemo drugs, Ritalin, there's a long list. In FY23, NDAA, Rep. Gallagher and I, we led the Defense Supply Chain Task Force. We had a bunch of recommendations, and one of them required DoD to come up with a system to manage their supply chain risk, particularly on drugs. Most Americans would be shocked to know what a tiny fraction of drugs we make in this country. Our colleagues here have recognized it before. There is now a bipartisan domestic pharmaceutical manufacturing caucus that I'm a co-chair of. Buy American requirements are nothing new for the Department of Defense. It's not radical, it's not new. My amendment just strengthens that language so it covers prescription drugs. It also would have the benefit of supporting those American industries that are trying to become more central to our pharmaceutical supply chain. Unfortunately, again, procedural issues mean I can't proceed, so I'm withdrawing, but I encourage my colleagues to consider the price of our inaction on this issue, and I yield back.
Gentlelady withdraws her amendment. We will now consider log number 4118 by Mr. DeLuzio. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is pretty straightforward. It allows the Department of Defense to review and take action to prevent or restrict a proposed merger or acquisition involving defense contractors where there's an impact or potential impact on national security. Many of my colleagues here in this committee have shared my concerns around consolidation and gutting out of the industrial base. The reduction in competition, I think, has hurt and exacerbated supply chain gaps. It's led to price increases. It's reduced innovation. We've seen the effects across much of the defense industrial base. I know we can all think of some Pentagon program that's over budget or delayed due to a sole source supply chain issue or the like. Last October, the GAO released a report titled DoD Needs Better Insight into Risks from Mergers and Acquisitions. That report emphasized that although there are roughly 400 defense mergers and acquisitions annually from FY18 to 22, the department's industrial-based policy M&A office and other DoD stakeholders could only assess about 40 a year. So we can't get ahead of consolidation and its effects on the industrial base and our national security if we aren't even able to identify the transactions that might pose a problem. I think the DoD needs a better job here reviewing these transactions, and to do that needs the tools to, when appropriate, block a transaction and review it for national security risk. Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, unable to obtain a waiver from the Judiciary Committee, so I will withdraw my amendment, but I look forward to working with my colleagues here on both sides of the aisle to deal with this issue. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and gentleman withdraws his amendment. We will now consider log number 4194 by Mr. Garamendi. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
I got a test for everybody here. Members, how many of you know what a defense procurement agreement is? Well, this is an agreement between the Department of Defense and some country to provide an interaction on military equipment. There are 28 such agreements. They basically are agreements on foreign trade issues. What we have discovered is that they often are a way of circumventing the Buy America requirements. And they also do not be reviewed by any other agency. Normally, with the trade rep would be involved in these kinds of agreements, but that's not the case here. The Department of Defense simply negotiates an international trade agreement with some country, presumably that would benefit the military in both countries. But we don't know that. Some of these defense procurement agreements are decades old and have not been reviewed in recent years. Unfortunately, they also seriously interrupt our ability to rebuild our own internal domestic supply chains. And it keeps us relying on foreign governments to provide critical elements in our military industrial base. So this amendment would simply require the Department of Defense to work with the Trade Department, Department of Commerce, to in the interaction of these agreements. However, this amendment would require the support of the Foreign Relations Committee. We don't have that. And therefore, I am forced to withdraw the amendment.
Gentleman withdraws his amendment and yields back. We will now consider log number 3856R5 by Ms. Escobar. For what purposes, gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I offered this amendment last year and received bipartisan support for it. I'm hoping that this year, once again, we can achieve bipartisan support on something that, from my perspective, would create parity and equity for our active duty service members. Under the Affordable Care Act, most private health plans must cover all FDA-approved, granted, or cleared contraceptives without cost sharing. However, the ACA does not extend to TRICARE, and non-active duty service members and military families covered by TRICARE and VA health care must still pay a copay for contraception that most civilians can access for free. This amendment simply would create parity for our active duty service members so that they too can achieve the same savings when accessing vital health care services that civilians would receive. I have the incredible privilege of serving on the Quality of Life panel, and throughout our discussions, we talked about ways to make sure that our active duty service members were receiving the best quality care and quality of life, helping ensure that our active duty service members don't have to pay copays in a similar fashion as their civilian family members don't have to pay their copays, I think would increase their quality of life and make service more attractive. And again, this is more of an equity and parity issue. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Kiggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak in favor of this amendment and to thank Ms. Escobar, who was a colleague of mine on the Quality of Life Task Force, where we did discuss health care for our military members. And knowing that unplanned pregnancies can affect our military readiness, we want our military women who serve to be able to have access to contraception. I think this is a great common sense bill to provide co-payments for them so that there are nothing that's preventing or making it more difficult for them to have access to that contraception. So I fully support this amendment, and I encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair now recognizes, I thought there was Ms. Jacobs. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Jacobs. There's Ms. Takuda. I knew that. Has been recognized. Yes, Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I have talked very publicly about my use of contraception, of birth control pills, of IUD, and I think it's important to continue talking about it because, one, we shouldn't stigmatize this very normal part of healthcare, but two, because I was able to get those without a copay. And if I had parents who were in the military, like many of my constituents in San Diego do, they would not be able to do the same. It is absolutely ridiculous that our service members and their dependents are having to cost share when the ACA has made it so that most private health plans require it to be given without cost sharing. So I fully support this amendment to eliminate cost sharing for any eligible TRICARE beneficiary for contraceptives acquired through retail pharmacies or the National Mail Order Pharmacy. Civilians don't pay these copays, and it's frankly ridiculous and insulting that we're placing this added burden and cost on our military families. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Bacon is recognized.
Quick question for Ms. Escobar. Just want to make sure I understand what you mean by contraceptives. Would morning after pills count as that, or any kind of chemical abortion early? I just want to make sure that we know. I think we talked about this last year, but I don't remember the answer.
Whatever the FDA covers as contraception for private pay insurance, this amendment seeks to create parity. So, you know, I'm not sure about private health insurance and what it covers in terms of, you know, as defined as contraception, but this fundamentally seeks to create parity and equity for active duty service members and their families so that they don't have to pay co-pays, which they pay today under TRICARE. They would get the same deal that civilians get under private insurance or the Affordable Care Act.
Okay, there being no further discussion, the question occurs on the, oh, there is Mr. Coote. Okay, I'm sorry.
Gentlelady's been recognized already on the matter. Would someone yield her time?
Gentlelady's been recognized. Would somebody else be recognized to yield her time? I think that Ms. Houlihan has asked for recognition to yield time to Mr. Coote.
I've not talked on this.
Oh.
You went over to Jacobson's before me.
All right. Mr. Coote, you're recognized.
That's all right. We are the 50th state. Sometimes we come towards the end of the list, but we are present and voting. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I know a lot has been said already, and the bottom line, everyone deserves the freedom to decide whether and when or how to become a parent. All women, as we know, deserve access to affordable, accessible health care, and they should not face unnecessary burdens because of their exemplary service, quite frankly, in defense of our country. Bottom line, birth control is health care. Yes, for family planning, but for millions of women like myself, birth control has helped to treat endometriosis, adenomyosis, polycystic ovaries, so many other conditions that can only be treated and helped, some relief given as a result of taking birth control. Having a uterus hurts, people. Half of us in the room know that. Contraceptives help. They really, really do. And so when we talk about readiness, when we talk about 50% of our military being able to fight when called upon, it is about making sure that our service members do not suffer pain. Pain is a problem. So when we talk about making sure that even small co-pays that could be prohibitive for some people are eliminated so that they are ready, in fact, to serve at a moment's notice, this amendment is absolutely essential. It's important. And let's also talk about the fact that they need to be able to choose from a range of contraceptives that are right for them. For some, oral contraceptives have too many side effects, adverse reactions. IUDs are preferable to eliminate pain and suffering or to provide for family planning in their life, and that costs money. So again, the ability for individuals in our military service to be able to access the range of birth control available to them for both family planning and for quality of life is absolutely essential. No service member or their military family member should be forced to pay out of pocket for preventative care, basic health care for women that our civilian counterparts do not pay, including contraception. Thank you so much to Congresswoman Escobar for introducing this amendment, and I strongly encourage its passage. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. There's no further discussion on this amendment. Seeing none, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Escobar. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Is there any request for recorded vote? I see none. We now turn to, let me make an announcement. We We have the next three are going to be, supposed to be offering withdrawal. It is my plan after those three are concluded that we will have our next series of recorded votes, which should be maybe in less than 10 minutes. So if you're not in the chamber, or staffs that are watching on TV, if your member's not in the chamber, please urge them to make their way back because we will have a series of recorded votes in less than 10 minutes. We will now consider log number 4358 by Mr. Moylan. For what purpose does the gentleman for Guam seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Guam for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Defense-Based Act, or DBA as it's referred, is a textbook example of federal policies completely ignoring U.S. territories like Guam. The Defense-Based Act is a statute requiring workers' compensation to provide to overseas contractors who would not otherwise be covered by Domestic Workers' Compensation Act or compensation law. Foolishly, businesses on Guam are subject to double jeopardy, and they must simultaneously comply with domestic law and Defense-Based Act. It's just cost a lot more money than necessary because of this foolish law. While a 5-year DBA waiver was provided by the Department of Labor in 2020, it not only created a greater confusion on how it should be interpreted, but it also established unnecessary costs for contractors. The wording in the waiver matches the wording for every foreign country listed in Department of Labor's website. Eventually, incomplete Department of Labor bureaucracies forgot that Guam is not only part of the United States, but is also a representative. There's also a representative who serves in this House. That's me. And the DBA and the DOL waiver failed to recognize that Guam has a strong workers' comps law. And these speculations also applied to foreign workers who perform work under the U.S. government contracts. But guess what the waiver states? It states that it does not apply towards non-citizens and residents of the United States. This backwards policy now makes it harder for contractors to hire American workers and increases the cost of American businesses. And as we all know, because of the overseas costs, it's almost double or even more for the cost of materials and goods on Guam. So I must also note that the outdated DBA law applies to zone of danger jurisdiction. Guam is not considered a zone of danger territory. Hence, DBA should not apply. Guam is U.S. We're not the zone of danger territory. So summarize it, Mr. Chairman. Guam is not foreign soil. We have a representative. That's me. Guam is not in the danger or zone of danger. Guam has workers' compensation law that either mirrors or even more generous than most states in the Union. Guam does not need this poorly drafted waiver of DBA from Department of Labor, period. What Guam needs instead is to statutorily be exempt from the DBA, and this is exactly what my amendment accomplished. The current process is costing every contractor who wins the very Department of Defense contracts we authorize in Guam an unnecessary increase to their operating expenses. And why are we doing that? Unfortunately, due to the rules of the House, this amendment will trigger a point of order, and therefore I am forced to withdraw. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to continuing work on this issue with my colleagues, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back and withdraws his amendment. We will now consider log number 4362 by Mr. Moylan. For what purposes does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reauthorizing the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, RECA, is a reasonable thing to do. My amendment will reauthorize and expand RECA to deliver just compensation for those exposed to radiation as a result of mining and atomic weapons testing. In just over 2 weeks, RECA will expire. The Senate has already passed S 3853, as introduced by Senator Hawley. Yet, we continue to drag in the House on how to deliver for these victims. I want to commend my colleagues, including Congressman Vasquez, who is working with me to find a path forward. If we don't act now, we will fail to deliver for these victims. For decades, Congress has denied downwinders in Guam, as well as victims across the country, the ability to receive compensation they do deserve. This is why my amendment not only reauthorizes RECA, but also moves to include downwinders in Guam. Back home in Guam, I would like to thank the Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors and Robert Celestro for their tireless advocacy, have been working years and years with the administration, with the people of Guam, and fighting and coming all the way to DC to show their advocacy for this purpose. And here in Congress, I stand with you. And we must pass the Radiation Exposure Compensation Reauthorization Act immediately. Inaction will only result in more suffering and hardship for these victims. And unfortunately, due to the rules of the House, this amendment would trigger a point of order, and I'm forced to withdraw. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to continuing to work on this issue with my colleagues, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back and withdraws his amendment. And I would, again, make an announcement. We're going to be having our roll call vote series after this next motion is tendered and withdrawn. So in less than 5 minutes. So if your members are not in the chamber, I would urge all staff to call for their members to get here. We will now consider log number 4124 by Mr. Vasquez. For what purpose does Mr. Vasquez seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment. The chair now recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Moylan. My amendment would also reauthorize the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act for 6 years, increase compensation to eligible individuals, and expand the program to several impacted communities not currently and unfairly not covered by RECA, such as New Mexico downwinders. RECA will expire in June of this year, leaving millions of eligible people unable to get the compensation that they deserve. It's integral that we not only reauthorize RECA, but we expand eligibility to include all impacted communities. Till this day, New Mexicans continue to suffer from health issues caused by radiation exposure and uranium mining, yet they've been denied the justice that they deserve. Nearly 8 decades after the world's first atomic bomb test, our state and its people still bear the historical scars. It is indefensible that New Mexicans, the first people ever exposed to weapons-grade radiation during the Trinity test, remain excluded from RECA. We must reauthorize and expand RECA to provide justice, acknowledgement, and much-needed economic aid to our southern New Mexico communities, rural areas, tribal nations, and all those impacted by our nation's nuclear weapons program. Nearly 500,000 New Mexicans within a 150-mile radius of the Trinity site in Tularosa, in my district, were exposed to lethal ionizing radiation without warning or information about its radioactive effects following the tests. The Secretary of Defense sat in this very room a mere few feet from where we are today and said that the federal government has an obligation to compensate the people who were harmed by our nuclear weapons program. I know that because I asked him myself. Let me be clear. This harm was caused by the federal government, and it is the federal government's responsibility to fix it. No exceptions. Now, this has bipartisan support. As Representative Moylan mentioned earlier, we are working together. Senator Hawley co-sponsored this bill in the Senate. The Senate passed this bill on a bipartisan basis, 69-30. We must deliver justice to the communities in New Mexico who have been suffering for far too long. Now, unfortunately, due to budgetary restrictions and outside committees not providing the necessary waivers, I must withdraw my amendment, but my fight will continue to get this essential legislation across the finish line and to finally bring justice for my constituents who have suffered irreparable harm at the hands of our government. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back and withdraws his amendment. All right, we will now turn to our recorded votes. I would ask everybody to please press the on button on your clicker, your voting clicker. Press the on button. All right, no, don't be making fun of my accent.
I was seconding what you were saying.
Vasquez.
Mr. Smith is asking for just a second.
All right, Mr. Smith is recognized.
No, he's asking for just a moment.
Oh, okay.
Piling people out of the anteroom.
Yeah, we're going to hold up just a minute, let people get in here. Right. All right, we are now going to consider the first vote that we will be considering is by Mr. Garamendi. It is log number 4200. The chairman will be voting no.
Ranking member will be voting aye.
All right, the question now occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Clerk will open the voting machine and the members will vote. How's the chairman voting? Chairman is opposing.
Sometimes it takes a while for it to respond.
Mr. Veazey. I do not see Mr.
Mr. Mills, is Mr. Mills present?
I do not see him at his chair.
Mr. Veazey has voted. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will lock the machine and record the tally.
Chairman, the yeas are 11, the noes are 46.
The amendment is not agreed to. Committee will now, the question now occurs on amendment number 3726 by Mr. Banks. The chairman will support this amendment.
And I oppose this amendment.
The question occurs now on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The clerk will open the machine and the members will vote. I'm supporting this. Have all members voted? Mr. Gallego, have all members voted? All right. Does any member wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will lock the machine and record the vote.
Chairman, the yeas are 30, the noes are 28.
The amendment is agreed to. The committee will now consider log number 3836R3 by Mr. McCormick. The chairman will support this amendment.
And I will oppose.
Ranking member opposed. The clerk will open the machine and the members will vote.
Go Forrest. Yeah, hold on.
We're not going anywhere.
He called McCormick.
It's Banks.
Yeah, it's Banks. Okay, we'll put the question de novo. Yeah, without objection, the chair puts the question de novo and instead considers. Without objection.
Without objection,
The chair puts the question de novo.
the chair puts the question de novo.
The question now occurs on
Question now occurs on Banks
3726.
3726.
No, 20.
All right, now you're pointing at one. Which one is it? Which one is it?
37.
All right. We will now consider Banks 3727R1. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. The chairman will be voting yes.
And the ranking member will be voting no.
All right. The clerk will open the machine and members will vote.
Machine's not working? There we go.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Not, the clerk will lock the machine and report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 30, the noes are 28.
The amendment is agreed to. We will, committee has postponed further proceedings on log number 3836R3 by Mr. McCormick and shall now resume proceedings. The question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
And the ranking member will be voting no.
Clerk will open the machine and the members will vote.
We're good? We're good?
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
No.
Not, the clerk will lock the machine and report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 29, the noes are 28.
The amendment
One
is
present.
agreed to. Committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 4314R2 by Mr. Gates and shall now resume proceedings on that amendment. Question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting no.
And the ranking member will be voting no as well.
Clerk will open the machine and the members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will lock the machine and report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 10, the noes are 48.
Amendment's not agreed to. Committee postponed further proceedings on log number 3763 by Mr. Jackson and shall now resume those proceedings. Question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
And the ranking member will be voting no.
Clerk will open the machine and the members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk, oh, somebody. All right, clerk will lock the machine and record the tally.
Mr. Chairman, the yeas are 29, the noes are 29.
The amendment is not agreed to. All right. We now will get back to our regular schedule of amendments.
Mr. Chairman, I have a,
Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized.
you'll have to give me the right words, but I am proposing that we go to 3-minute responses by members instead of 5-minute.
Ask unanimous consent.
The wait a minute, the gentlelady.
Tried.
Unanimous consent.
The gentlelady is seeking unanimous consent to limit the time of each member's comments from 5 minutes down to 3 minutes for the balance of the evening. Is there
Do I hear 2 minutes?
Is there objection?
Two minutes.
The gentleman from California objects. We will now get to our roll call of logged.
No, we're done with the roll call. We're now with the chairman.
Seriously?
Who do you think?
Okay, so now.
I don't want to bring violence into the court here, but
All right, we will now get to Mr. Gary Mendy's amendment log number 4231. Let's see.
That's the perils of unanimous consent.
All right, we will now consider log number 4231 by Mr. Gary Mendy. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Does the gentleman have an amendment at the desk?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that there are some on this committee that would like to nuke these next 3 amendments, but I would recommend that we spend a few minutes considering what these 3 amendments deal with. The ground-based missile defense system, now called the Sentinel program, was 4 months ago stopped as a result of the Nunn-McCurdy breach, which is a law that's been in place for more than 30 years or so, and its purpose is to really bring back to the attention of the Department of Defense and the Congress a military program that has had excessive cost increases. The Sentinel program has grown from some $50 billion to $130 billion, not including the additional $20 billion for the new nuclear bomb that will be attached to the Sentinel rocket. So we're looking at a program here that's about $150 billion over the next 10 to 15 years. A lot of discussion's been going on about priorities, about limited budgets and the like. This year, in some 18 different funding lines in the President's budget, there is $9,543,424,000 specifically for the Sentinel program. Wonder what we could do with that money. This first amendment deals with a clause that is in the current law that, in our wisdom, or lack of it 2 years ago, we required that there be no less than 400 ICBMs in silos in the upper Midwest. There really is no analysis for those 400 or 300 or 250 or 399 missiles. And so we are, even with the Nunn-McCurdy requirements, which require that the Department of Defense do a thorough review of the expenses, it is arguable by those who want to have the Sentinel program that the law requires them to have 400, even though there is no analysis that 400 is.
Excuse me, Mr. Garamendi. We are on Amendment 4231. I think you're speaking to a different amendment.
I'm speaking to the
This one is about presidential flexibility.
No, this is the 4231 is the requirement in law today that there be 400 ICBMs.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Speaking directly to that, I'm also preparing the argument for the other two amendments. So, as I say, some people would like to nuke all of this, but the reality is this is an extraordinarily expensive program in which the Congress said there must be 400, and there is no analysis of why 400 ICBMs is more important than maybe another 20 on a Columbia-class submarine or on a B-21. And so by this requirement in the law, it really taints the ongoing requirement that the Department of Defense analyze in detail the Sentinel program. And so what this amendment does is to strike the 400. Doesn't say that we won't have 400. Doesn't say that we won't have 420 or 399 or 200 or whatever number. But it provides the Department of Defense with the necessity of complete review of all of the Sentinel program. So as we go through this amendment and the other two amendments, we'll be talking about whether this committee is willing to take up an extraordinarily important part of our nuclear deterrence. And we'll talk more about that later. I yield back on this, and I ask for an aye vote.
Chair recognizes Mr. Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. This is just a first step in a chess move to get rid of our ICBMs. Strategic deterrence is job number one. We've got to have nuclear deterrence, and nothing provides us more deterrent capability than 400 ICBMs. Without those, you're looking at a few dozen targets to decapitate our nuclear capability. And we're putting all our eggs in the basket in a couple of operational deployed submarines. And that's assuming that no technology in the next few years can counter those submarines. We're paying a high cost now to install these. This is a 50-year investment. The Minuteman III is 50 years old, these silos. Once we get these Sentinels put in, it's going to last another 5 decades. And once put in, it gives us a 95% operational readiness rate, and they're the most efficient and inexpensive to maintain once you get them put in. So I think this is a mistake to do. This is an effort to get rid of these ICBMs over time. Let me give a quote from Gerald Hyten. I don't understand how, with the threats that we face today, which are growing, not shrinking, we would make a decision today as a nation to lessen our overall strategic deterrent. That makes no sense to me. My best military advice is that we do not do that. So I'll just point out, China is building an ICBM force right now to match ours. Russia already has an equal number of nuclear launchers than what we have. 400 ICBMs is part of our strategy, and we got to hold on to it. We do, and the Air Force has got to get this right. I yield.
Mr. Moulton is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a lot of sympathy for what my friend and colleague, Mr. Garamendi, is trying to do, fundamentally for 2 reasons. The first is that I firmly believe the world would be safer without nuclear weapons. I think that is something that we should all be able to agree on for the long-term future of humanity. Second, it would be really smart for us to have an arms control agreement that reduced our investment in ICBMs right before we have to buy them. Do it after the Russians and the Chinese buy all of theirs. Do it before we buy ours. The problem is neither of those are realistic for the moment. And while I hope we can get to a point of mutual disarmament, I absolutely do not support unilateral disarmament. And that's why I respectfully agree with Mr. Bacon and will vote against this amendment. I yield back.
Mr. Lambert's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with both retired General Bacon and my friend Seth Moulton. For 8 years in a row, Congress has said, let's have at least 400 ICBMs. 8 years in a row. Has anything changed in the last 8 years? Has the environment gotten safer or more dangerous? It's gotten more dangerous because China is doing a nuclear breakout. So what was true 8 years ago is even more true today. China is trying to match our own, in addition to the Russian nuclear arsenal, our nuclear arsenal. So now would be the wrong time to decrease that number. And secondly, I want to say we have voted on this exact same language last year on the floor when the NDAA was before us, and it was defeated 160 to 266. So this is the exact same language that we've all voted on before. Let's have the same result. Let's vote it down now. And this is the wrong time to consider it for all the reasons that we've stated. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Mr. Garamendi and I and others are all aware of how the votes have come out in the past. We didn't agree with those votes at that time either, so that's, Mr. Garamendi is persistent. I think we can all agree. We can all agree upon that. But on the serious side of it, this is a major, major expense. Yes, we need a strategic deterrent. Do we need to pump the amount of money that we're pumping into the ground-based piece of that deterrent? How effective is that? If you want to look at other options, you could buy more B-21s, you could buy more submarines. There's a bunch of different ways to do this that could conceivably be a more cost-effective way of achieving that security, that deterrent. Strategic deterrent is the word I was looking for. And mandating 400 no matter what we learn, ties the hands of us, our ability to be flexible. And as some of the later amendments that Mr. Garamendi will be offering, or I think one of them, points to the problems that we're currently having with the Sentinel program and how expensive it is. So having options makes sense. Mandating 400 really doesn't, given the cost of that program. With that, I'll yield to Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. My colleague from Colorado reminded me of how long I have been on this issue, and yes, I am persistent. Now, members of the committee, something really changed over the last 8 years. This program has grown from somewhere around $60 billion to $130 billion, not including the additional $20 billion for a new nuclear bomb to be put on top of this rocket. We now have a full stop on this program. The Nunn-McCurdy breach occurred because of the extraordinary cost increase in the Sentinel program. Mr. Moulton, I'm not suggesting disarmament, but like you, I'd love to see it happen, but that's not what these three amendments do, and that's certainly not what this amendment before us does. This amendment simply removes the requirement of 400, for which there is no justification. There has not, over those 8 years, been any analysis of why 400 versus 300 versus 500 has not occurred. Now, if you're interested in deterrence, as I am, what are the alternatives? I would suggest that there are several. For $130 billion, you could build and arm with the LSRO 120 B-21 bombers or 8 new Columbia-class submarines. If it's deterrence that's on your mind, then let us use the Nunn-McCurdy breach full stop to do a decent analysis of how we achieve nuclear deterrence. With that, I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Jimenez. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. Simple fact is, we've been relying, the United States has been relying on the nuclear triad for a very long time with the theory that if you take out one piece, you still have two other pieces. I'm really concerned about what China's doing and their expansion with their nuclear capability, and I can foresee that one day, and not too distant future, we will have not one but two nuclear peer opponents. One, the Soviet Union, which I think now has even more nuclear weapons aimed at us than we have aimed at them, and China. And so I don't believe that the 400 may be the right number. It may be too few. I think that we're going to have to invest in more ICBMs. I think we're going to have to invest in more bombers and more submarines in order to be able to confront the very real possibility that you're going to be looking at two opponents, not one, China and Russia together, posing a threat to the United States. And if we do want disarmament, which we all do, you need to do that through strength. You can't do that by showing weakness. So the only way that you can come to the table is show both China and Russia that you are just as capable of both of them combined. And then maybe we can get both of them to the table and start to the process of de-escalating. And with that, I yield back. Gentleman yields back. Seeing no further debate on the question, the amendments offered by Mr. Garamendi. So many in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. A recorded vote is requested and will be postponed. We will now turn to log number 4206R1 by Mr. Garamendi. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will please distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment deals with the nuclear enterprise and in a very specific way that we don't normally associate with the Sentinel program. Although the pit production that is required by law of 80 pits per year by 2026 is the purpose of this amendment, to address that. The reality is we're not going to produce 80 pits by 2026. The reason for the production of any of these pits is to provide the pit for the new nuclear bomb 87-1 that is supposed to go on the Sentinel. There's likely to be, in the next 4 years, the ability to produce perhaps 40 pits per year at Los Alamos. There is no way the additional 40 pits will be produced within the next 8 years, probably a decade, at Savannah River. The cost of these facilities to build these pits is probably in the range of $20 billion, and that is not the $20 billion that I talked about a few moments ago. Now, do we need a new bomb for the Sentinel? There's been a desire on the part of the Sentinel program to have a new bomb. Why? Because it's bright, new, shiny. The existing bombs on the Minuteman III are reliable, they work. There's been no question that they don't. And the justification for the 87-1 is obscure. Nevertheless, because of the 87-1, we are determined to build 80 pits per year, 40 at Los Alamos and more at Savannah River. Why? Why? At what cost? And what will we not be doing as we build out this pit production line? Big question. It's what we spend hours here in this committee. And we've heard other things that we need to do. We've heard about a second attack submarine that we're going to add. Where will that money come from? Well, I'll tell you where it could come from. It could come from not requiring that 80 pits per year be built. GAO says that to do this, we're going to spend $24 billion on the facilities themselves, not including the manufacturing cost of the pits. Why? Why are we doing that? I want to draw your attention in the remaining 1 minute, 35 seconds that I have here. Please pay attention to the Nunn-McCurdy breach and the necessity that it places on us in this committee to carefully analyze the Sentinel program. It is $130 billion. And that's today's estimate of cost. The Nunn-McCurdy requires the following 5 things be analyzed by the Department of Defense, and I would say by this committee. First, is the program essential to national security? We heard that debated a few moments ago. I disagree, but that's an issue. Is there any alternative to the program that can meet the joint military requirement at less cost? I suggested 121 B-21 bombers, complete with an LSRO, might be an alternative. The new cost estimate has been determined by the director of CAPE to be reasonable. We don't have that information today, but will it? The program is a higher priority. The program is a higher priority than programs whose funding will be reduced to cover the increased cost of the Sentinel program. Does anybody here have other programs that are a higher priority? And finally, the management structure is sufficient to control additional cost growth. That's the requirement for the Department of Defense. It's also a requirement.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now
for us.
recognizes Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment by my good friend John Garamendi. This exact amendment was presciently defeated last year. American strategic nuclear deterrence is perhaps the best example of peace through strength. With the murderous invasion of Ukraine by war criminal Putin and Russian transport of nuclear weapons to Belarus, the United States must be ready for any challenge by dictator Putin, who oppresses the people of Russia. Even today, dictator Putin threatens tactical nuclear weapons use for maniacal mass slaughter. Plutonium pit production and modernization is one of the most critical and pressing national security needs. Employees of the Savannah River site in South Carolina are working around the clock, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to bring the Savannah River plutonium processing facility, which will produce the majority of American plutonium pits with Los Alamos as soon as possible. Instead of removing deadlines for reclaiming this important capability, we should be working to do what we can to meet current statutory timelines. As the only member of Congress who has worked at Savannah River site, I know firsthand of the expertise and capabilities of the site personnel. There are important facts that must be recognized. Plutonium pits are a key component for nuclear weapons. Due to factors including plutonium aging, safety and security advancements, global risk, and weapons modernization, these pits must be replaced from time to time. But for nearly 3 decades, the United States has not had the ability to produce them. Given the uncertainties regarding plutonium aging and the evolving geopolitical landscape, the United States must reestablish capability. Delay could result in cost increases and risk to national security, putting American families at risk of attack by war criminal Putin, the Chinese Communist Party, or their murderous regime in Tehran. We know that peace through strength, as achieved by President Ronald Reagan, will be successful. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Moulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we all know, I'm not afraid to disagree with my colleague from California as much as we are friends. But in this case, I do think this is a reasonable amendment. There's broad agreement across the Nuclear Weapons Council, DOD, and NNSA that the current statutory requirements to meet 30 pits by 2026 and 80 pits by 2030 are simply unachievable. and that no amount of additional funding would allow NSA to achieve an 80 pit per year production capability more quickly. And this is even with the support of the Savannah River site, which I fully support with my friend Joe Wilson. I just think that keeping unachievable dates in law cheapens it at best. And at worst, it puts NNSA in a position to make poor decisions with regards to prioritization of funding to try and achieve unrealistic dates. The fact of the matter is that we're in this position today because of a history over the last several decades of poor decisions about long-term investment at NNSA. We've lost the capability to create a critical item for our strategic security. I worry that without this amendment, we keep unrealistic dates in law, which only makes that more likely to continue happening. We've got to be realistic about what we can do and plan around realistic timelines. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Lamborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 3 quick points. This is an essential program for all the reasons we talked about in the previous amendment. We can't slack off when it comes to producing our nuclear arsenal replacement pits for the future. And the answer, number 2, is not to remove due dates. It's to push NNSA to do the right thing, to gear up in the right way, to get this done. I know it's a challenge, but get the job done. Don't just throw the due dates by the wayside. And number 3, this committee defeated this exact same language in this amendment a year ago. So let's take the same decision and defeat it again, and I oppose it and ask for opposition with me. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have great respect for the gentleman from California, but on this issue, we disagree. We voted this amendment down last year, and I'd like to encourage my colleagues to do the same this year. This disagreement really boils down to the fundamental belief about plutonium pit productions that I don't think those beliefs have changed much in a year. I do agree with the comments made by Mr. Lamborn. I think we should have conversation about these deadlines in the future once we have better data from the NNSA about their pit production plans. Since 1989, the United States has been the only nuclear nation unable to produce plutonium pits. We've got to fix that, but I don't think getting rid of the deadlines and leaving production up to the executive branch is the way to go here, and therefore I don't agree with this approach or this amendment proposed. I urge my colleagues to vote against and yield the remainder of my time back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I have in the past, I support this amendment for all the reasons that have been stated. We don't have a realistic plan to produce these pits. It is not even clear at this point whether or not Savannah River is going to be able to produce them and what the cost or the timeline for that is. So the unrealistic deadline just doesn't make sense. I think we need to reevaluate how to achieve our objectives. And again, very expensive process we're going through here. And to Mr. Garamendi's earlier points, if we have other options that can meet our strategic needs and then help better meet our broader defense needs, we should be considering them given the expense of this particular option. And with that, I will yield to Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Lamborn, you repeatedly say that, yeah, we brought this issue up and we defeated it. I would remind you and anybody else that wants to follow this debate that the Nunn-McCurdy breach has occurred 6 months ago. And we are now faced with a Sentinel program that is full stop until such time as the Department of Defense answers the 5 questions that the law requires them to answer, the 5 questions that I spoke to a few moments ago. The PIT program is integral to the Sentinel program. They're tied together and have been from the get-go. What we're talking about here is the current law in place unless we change it. It is driving a hell-bent determination to build these facilities and to produce the pits. If you want to get into the detail of the 40 pits per year that are required at Los Alamos, we could do so, and you would find that to produce 40 pits per year at Los Alamos creates a horrific risk within the pit production facility. Also, we have an extraordinary cost here. Mr. Wilson continually says, I'm his friend, and I am your friend, Joe. And I understand local politics. I've been at this 50 years. I understand. You've got to represent your district, and you do it extraordinarily well. But you are in the process of advocating for the most expensive building in the department, in the history of this Department of Defense. The Savannah River project, if it ever is built, is currently going to be $11 billion for the building itself. And I would remind anybody that's followed this over the last decade, it is repurposed from its previous purpose of the MOX, that is the repurposing of used uranium in the domestic uranium, domestic energy systems. So we changed all that. What this amendment does is let's remove from the law the driving force of the date and take advantage of the review that must be done by the department, and I would argue must be done by this committee, of the Sentinel program and its various parts. With that, I ask for an aye vote on this amendment, which simply says the date requirements in the current law are useless, they're meaningless, they don't work. But yet they continue to drive pell-mell down this road, which we need to analyze. It is our responsibility to do that. I ask for an aye vote. And I yield back to the ranking member.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as somebody who ran a pretty large organization, a bureaucratic organization, I can tell you that most bureaucratic organizations do not meet their timelines. I know, but that doesn't mean that you don't need a timeline. If you remove a timeline and you say something that's more realistic, they'll end up, that won't be realistic for them either. So you actually have to put pressure on a bureaucratic organization. And also there has to be some consequences. Apparently people around here and a lot of bureaucratic organizations, they miss deadlines, they miss the things that they're supposed to be doing, and there is no consequences whatsoever for missing deadlines and missing and going over budget because there's no consequence. So they're going to continue to do it. So I'm on the opposite side. I think we need to actually put pressure on them. I think the date needs to be reemphasized, and then somehow we need to put some consequences for not meeting those dates. Why? Because this is a critical issue for the security of the United States. As I stated before, we're not just facing Russia, we're going to be facing more and more China. They are ramping up their nuclear production. They're ramping up their ICBM production. They are putting more silos in every single day. It's not just, we're not facing just Russia, we're facing Russia, and we'll be facing China and Russia together in the future. We have to meet the challenge. We have to meet the pacing challenge. We have to show them that we're up to the task. So with that, I'll be voting against this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
The last Garamendi amendment, this Garamendi amendment, and the next Garamendi amendment are extreme positions that have not been held by any administration, Republican or Democrat. It is not representative of the Biden administration. It should be voted down. This is an extreme, radical position that leads us to the path of unilateral disarmament. I yield back.
I like succinct. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you'll take a good look at this portrait over here to the left, that is Ike Skelton, the former chair of this committee. His name is adorned on a building in South Kansas City, just outside my district, at the Kansas City National Security Campus, where they build the hardware for these weapons on which the pit is fitted to make a complete weapon. Folks, they are doing their part at the National Security Campus, but they need the pits, and I rise to oppose this amendment. If we do not accelerate plutonium pit production at Los Alamos and at the Savannah River site, it could result in significant cost increases and present risks to our national security. Los Alamos does not have the capacity to make as many pits as we'll need to meet the 80 pits per year requirement by 2030. By developing a plutonium processing facility at Savannah River site, it would bolster our ability to create another 50 pits. China is not slowing down. We need to maintain and bolster our nuclear deterrent. We must accelerate plutonium pit production capacity, push NNSA to show urgency in this matter. Let's get the job done. I yield back.
There's no further debate. The question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Garamendi. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded votes requested and is postponed. All right. We will now consider amendment number 4219R2 by Mr. Garamendi. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I have a radical amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will please distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendments is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
If I'm going to be a radical, I'm going to be a radical on this issue. It seems to me that we have a unique opportunity. No, that's incorrect. We have a obligation as the House Armed Services Committee, Republican, Democrat, and one radical, to pay attention to what is actually happening here. We're not talking about disarmament. What we're talking about is an extraordinarily expensive program that is running out of control, that will consume over the next 15 years on the rocket system itself, not including the bomb, somewhere $130 billion. We make choices around here. That's our work. And I would suggest to you that all of us pay attention to the choice that we would make if we do not take advantage, of the Nunn-McCurdy breach, which obligates the Department of Defense, and specifically the Secretary of Defense, to justify going forward with this program as it is, or modifying it in a way that might achieve the objectives of those who have opposed my previous amendments. Now, that issue does not end with the Secretary of Defense. Whatever he decides, the responsibility to address the Nunn-McCurdy breach and the 5 specific issues that the Secretary must do are also our requirements. We cannot ignore the expense of this program, because in doing so, we are denying the security of this nation the other things that must be done. All of us have a list of, what was that word? Oh, something about unfunded requirements, right? Did we discuss that a while ago? We did. Where do you think the money's going to come from for the unfunded requirements? The Sentinel program, I will discuss it with you in detail, but what this amendment is all about is about our responsibility. It's probable that the Secretary will come forward with a continuation. We need to analyze that. Is it justified? And secondly, he may come forward with some sort of a variation on the current time frame, may come forward with a variation saying, no, we're going to build one Columbia-class submarine and only 200 Sentinels. We don't know. This amendment simply says that when that information is delivered to us from the Secretary of Defense, there is a pause until the Congress analyzes the next step forward for the Sentinel program. It is our responsibility to do so. And we can't just say, well, the Russians and the Chinese are building up, and therefore we must. We should look at the alternatives. I was serious when you could build 8 Columbia-class submarines and know they cannot be found in the ocean now or any time in the near future. But these missiles, we know exactly where they are, and so does the Russians. In this business, these missile silos are use it or lose it. They are called a nuclear sponge, so that the Russians or the Chinese have to direct their bombs to these silos. So we use them. The president has 15 seconds to make a decision on warning to launch these missiles. I simply ask this committee to take advantage of the law that gives us the necessity.
Gentleman's
to
time's
review
expired.
The Sentinel program.
This is a debate we have every year. The talking points may change, but the objective remains the same, and that's killing the Sentinel program. I do not agree with that. I would point out that the Biden administration does not agree with that. We need to let the Nunn-McCurdy review do its work. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I recognize Mr. Lamborn.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you already said what I was going to say. This is an essential program to keep this going. Nunn-McCurdy does throw a review that we have to deal with, but we can't presuppose what that outcome is. So for all the reasons you said, Mr. Chairman, and we have defeated this in the last 3 years, either in committee or on the floor, let's do it again this time. I agree with you, this should be opposed, and the Biden administration is against this amendment also. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I recognize Ms. Jacobs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Garamendi, for leading on this issue for so many years. Look, being good stewards of American taxpayer dollars is one of our most important responsibilities, and I hear my colleagues spend a lot of time talking about fiscal responsibility. So I would expect that this committee should have a broad consensus about the alarming fact that the Air Force's $100 billion ground-based nuclear missile program, the Sentinel, has overrun its budget by 37%. This means an estimated future cost of at least $130 billion and many years of delay. This is unacceptable. It's long overdue to rein in the astronomical costs of the Sentinel program and reassess our nuclear posture in its entirety. Increasing our land-based nuclear forces to outnumber the PRC and Russia is an archaic strategy that doesn't match the realities of our new multipolar world. Even if one believes that ICBMs are useful targets in the event of a Russian nuclear attack, why not opt for a cheaper nuclear sponge? Some or maybe even all of the existing force of Minuteman III ICBMs can be life extended for decades more and at a much lower cost. By deferring the Sentinel program, which is all Mr. Garamondi's amendment does, and extending the existing Minuteman III force, the United States could save at least $37 billion to the mid-2030s, according to a CBO estimate. We can still take seriously and address the threats posed by our strategic competitors without fueling a never-ending arms race and compromising our fiscal responsibility. So I urge my colleagues to support Congressman Garamondi's very unradical, in my opinion, amendment so we can be both sensible and strategic with taxpayer dollars. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Recognize Mr. Jackson of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment. Each year, Mr. Garamendi brings up concerns about the cost of the Sentinel and the W-87 warhead modification program and expresses his desire to halt the program. I think all of us here in this room get concerned about programs when they're cost and schedule overruns, but the reality is we must have a ground leg of the triad to ensure an adequate nuclear deterrent. The reality is that our current ICBM systems are severely outdated and we are in desperate need of an update. Sentinel is one of the many critical modernization programs we authorize as part of the NDAA, and there is already an ongoing cost breach review for the program. I've only been around for a few years, but I fully understand that Mr. Garamendi is taking on what has become an annual effort to halt the Sentinel program and kill the ground leg of the triad. While I have the utmost respect for Mr. Garamendi, and I certainly respect his persistence on this issue, I adamantly oppose this amendment and urge all of my colleagues to oppose it as well. Thank you. I yield back.
There being no further debate, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Garamendi. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded votes requested and will be postponed.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
I'm sorry, who? Mr.
Mr.
Strong.
Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to allow each member 3 minutes to debate amendments.
No. We're going to go to 2.
I concur with that.
Okay. The gentleman has withdrawn his unanimous consent request.
Seek unanimous consent to go to 2-minute responses.
The gentlelady from Michigan has asked for unanimous consent to reduce the time for each member to speak from 5 minutes to 2 minutes for the balance of the evening. Is there opposition? No objection? So ordered.
Thank you.
All right.
We'll wrap it around. We're going to wrap it around. Chairman's ready. Moulton.
Okay, we now consider log number 4051R1 by Mr. Moulton. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes just 7 words from Ms. Stephanik's provision on a 3rd missile defense interceptor site. The 7 words are, quote, on the east coast of the United States. I tried to be quite restrained in my edits on this one. The amendment is actually not changing the requirement she establishes for a 3rd interceptor site, even though DoD does not have a validated requirement for a 3rd site and opposes the entirety of Ms. Stephanik's provision. All I've done is make sure that the site will be at a location optimized to support the defense of the homeland of the United States from emerging long-range ballistic missile threats, which is also a requirement in the underlying provision. The decision about where to put a ground-based interceptor site, a weapon system that is a literal miracle of physics, should be driven by physics and geography with respect to the threat. And that threat is changing. In the time since Fort Drum was declared the provisional preferred location, the threat has changed. We now have a rogue adversary with systems of maneuvering capability, fractional orbital bombardment systems that could be proliferated to those nations and use trajectories that do not come in over the poles. In fact, at our most recent Strat hearing, where Ms. Stefanik and I debated this issue, the department shared some information in the classified session that followed on why the East Coast may no longer be the best location. Ms. Stefanik chose not to attend that session. I have the department's position in opposition to the East Coast requirement in writing. It's classified and available in the SCIF. Now, I understand that a lot of Republicans are voting for this amendment on purely partisan lines because I've heard they're, quote, afraid of Ms. Stefanik, which I compliment my colleague on engendering. But look, let's do what's right for the country and our national security.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to correct, it's 8 words, not 7. I oppose this amendment. I reviewed the statement that was referenced by my colleague across the aisle, and it's both based on a false choice and fundamentally misrepresents the capability enhancement that would result from an additional missile defense site on the East Coast. It assumes that investment in a 3rd site would come at the expense of other missile defense capabilities, as if we could only have one or the other, when in fact, an additional site is a significant enhancement in homeland missile defense capabilities capabilities and exactly what my language in the base NDAA achieves. It's also ironic for the Biden administration to talk about promoting the role of missile defense capabilities when it's in fact cutting missile defense programs across the board, from the Next Generation Interceptor to the Glide Phase Interceptor. We need to supplement and expand our homeland missile defense architecture with a third interceptor site, and this year's NDAA will put this into action. In multiple previous years' NDAA, this committee has agreed in a bipartisan, unanimous manner that the construction of a third missile defense site on the east coast of the U.S. is necessary to fully protect our homeland from ICBM attacks and future threats. As you are aware, the base language ensures optimal protection of our eastern seaboard against ICBMs. However, this amendment calls this into question. The U.S. currently has 2 missile defense sites at Fort Greely, Alaska, and Vandenberg Space Force Base in California, sites that are thousands of miles away from the East Coast. Constructing a missile defense site on the East Coast will give the U.S. significantly enhanced shoot, assess, shoot capability for ballistic missile defense. Additionally, a missile defense site at Fort Drum creates considerably more battle space and gives our decision makers enhanced engagement options. Like in years past, for the past decade, I look forward to working with my colleagues in a bipartisan manner to continue to advance the development of a third missile defense site on the East Coast at Fort Drum, New York, and I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time's expired, Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Mr. Moulton.
I would just like to agree with my colleague from New York that the history of this is very clear. Yes, for the past 10 years, we have agreed to this amendment. What's also very clear is that the threat has changed a lot. And I would strongly encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to simply go and read the statement from DOD, none of which my colleague has refuted, that the threat has changed and Fort Drum no longer makes sense. Now, it turns out that I live on the East Coast as well. It turns out that if I were purely concerned about parochial issues, I would benefit from an East Coast missile defense site. But that's not how the physics works anymore, folks. And if we're concerned about the national security of the United States, rather than jobs in New York, we should do what DOD recommends, what the missile defense experts recommend, what the nonpartisan members of DOD recommend, what we learned in the classified session that she refused to attend about what keeps us all safe. That's as simple as this is. And you know what? If the threat changes back 5 years from now, and they come back and they say, sure, it should go at Fort Drum, you won't hear any objections from me. All I care about is putting this site where it actually makes a difference for our national security. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
Luckily, I took the time to go read his so-called classified document that he has in back that supposedly includes classified information that is a determination that it should not be the New York East Coast site. It is not a classified document that contains classified information at all about any of our adversaries. In fact, everything that is discussed in it, it's like 4 or 5 sentences, is actually public. You all know, and it's been discussed publicly, about China's hypersonics, North Korea's efforts, all of our different adversaries and the weapons that they have, the different effects and concerns that that might have. But what's in it, and which is why it's being held in the back, is a so-called opinion. That opinion is not based on a study, not based on science, not based on any data or information. It is an anecdotal opinion. Now, usually I don't read classified documents that have anecdotal opinions. Usually they have assessments, people have done work, they've actually have data and information. This is just an opinion. What is not an opinion is the fact that it's been 10 years that there's already been a law on the books to put an East Coast missile defense site. There has been studies, there have been science. They actually chose the site in New York based upon geometry, a study, environmental studies. A huge mountain of work has already been done in determining where the East Coast site would be and the circumstances upon which it would commence to be built, which were there. So this like red herring of I have a classified document in back changes nothing, and it's just one other person's opinion that agrees with Seth. The reality is the rest of us agree with, let's make certain our country's safe, let's make certain we have missile defense that works, and let's make certain we have an East Coast missile defense site that can actually defend the United States from the threats that are already here. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford.
Mr. Chair, I oppose this amendment and yield the balance of my time to Ms. Stefanik.
Thank you, Mr. Alford. And just to correct the record, I too read you say it's classified. It's not classified, Seth, as Mr. Turner has laid out. This is an issue where I've attended dozens and dozens of classified briefings on over the past 10 years. This is an issue where you've only seemed to just take an interest of because it has to do with Fort Drum, because we've worked over the past decade on this committee to go through the environmental impact study, to get the classified briefings from the Missile Defense Agency, to conduct oversight, and to continue to pursue the designing and planning of this. This language is going to stay in this bill, and this amendment is going to defeat it because it's important for our national security. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes the gentleman, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield the balance of my time to Seth Moulton.
Listen, I know my colleague, Mr. Turner, likes to unilaterally declare things unclassified. But the reality is that there is a very clear reason based on simple geometry why Fort Drum does not make a lot of sense. And the also reality is that we could simply discuss that if that aspect of this assessment wasn't classified. So I recognize that I'm at a disadvantage to anyone who hasn't taken the time to go read this point. It is actually a shockingly simple reason why Fort Drum, the northeastern portion of part of the United States, does not make sense for defending against a new generation of threats that have just emerged in the last 2 years. That's not just one person's opinion. That's basic physics and basic geometry. Basic geometry about where these threats come from. Now, anyone who spent a fair amount of time on Strat can probably interpret what I'm saying. It's a basic question of geometry. And the reason I care about this is because, unlike my two colleagues, I actually have put my life on the line for our national defense. I do care about our nation's security. I'm glad you find that amusing, Mr. Turner. And I think it should be fairly obvious.
Gentlemen, yield. I mean, if you're going to call out my name, you should yield.
I think it should be pretty obvious.
I don't find it funny, but I do find that fact that you continue
No, I have not yielded.
to malign people on this side.
I have not yielded.
Be inappropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. I have not yielded. This is clearly an argument of national security versus parochial concerns, and I hope people can make an honest assessment about where those parochial concerns lie.
Gentlemen, it's time to expired. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. We need additional missile defense capacity, and we need to protect the East Coast. We've talked about this for too long. The studies have been done. We know what the answer is. The provision in this mark is a step in the right direction, but this amendment would dilute it. I urge my colleagues to vote no. And I recognize Ms. Escobar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to support Mr. Moulton and his amendment, and I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Moulton.
I thank the gentlelady very much. I don't have anything to add. And you know what? If you want to vote against this, I hope you will at least take time to go and read this 3-sentence statement when we're done. You can see how simple it is. I yield back.
Recognizes Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Mr. Turner.
Thank you. I don't really need extra time, but I will say, in case you didn't hear me when you were talking over me and not yielding me time, Mr. Moulton, I think it's unconscionable that you continue to attack people on this side. Why don't you just argue the merits of the cases and the substance, and let's stick to that instead of you attacking people and personalities? It's not necessary.
Will the
Clearly,
gentleman
if you have, no, I won't. Clearly, if you have a substantive argument to make, you don't have to attack people. It's unseemly, it divides us, and it certainly creates an environment that is not professional. I yield back.
Yeah, I would admonish members to address their remarks to the chair and not to one another. Any other members seeking to speak on this? There's no further debate on the question. The question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Moulton. So those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no? No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded votes requested, and is postponed. We now will turn to amendment, log number 4491R3 by Mr. Moulton.
4071. 4071.
Okay, I'm sorry. 4071 by Mr. Moulton.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
This amendment is very simple. It simply requires a briefing on the consequences of intelligence leaks around Russia's development of a nuclear weapon in space. We should understand what the consequences are of having this information being made public, because it does impact our security and our ability to respond to the threat. I yield back.
Gentleman's yielded. Chair recognizes Mr. Turner.
We need to oppose this amendment. First off, there's a couple things, obviously, that are very important here that are stated incorrectly in his amendment. Mr. Moulton states that a summary of intelligence sources compromised or lost due to the classified information leak regarding Russia's development of such a system. There was no leak about Russia developing a space nuclear anti-satellite weapon. What occurred is that the Intelligence Committee voted 23-1 to disclose information that it had received from the CIA about the development by Russia of a nuclear anti-satellite weapon. And I called upon the administration to declassify the information, which they did, which is why we know about what we know today, because they declassified it. It was not leaked. The other aspect that was interesting is we voted from our committee to offer the information to the members of Congress to read it. We can't declassify anything. We voted 23-1 to make it available to members of Congress. And Mr. Moulton, you did not avail yourself of that opportunity. We had information from the CIA, 23-1. We voted to provide it to our members because we thought it was certainly considered like strikingly important and will have a huge impact on our country. I'd like to enter into the record the nuclear option deciphering Russia's new space threat. Is this a Sputnik moment? Russia's space-based nuclear armed anti-satellite weapon, implications and responses, Russian nuclear anti-satellite weapons, U.S. response hysteria.
Without objection.
These are all written since the White House answered the call to declassify it and made the information in a very limited fashion available. I call on the administration to declassify the rest of it because we need to have a serious discussion of the impacts of this information. But it was not leaked. It was declassified by the administration, and 23-1, my committee provided it to the members of Congress.
It's interesting. The debate here has moved from policy differences to a lot of personal back and forth. Not a good thing. So as we move forward, let's try to reduce that. And I hope that what I'm about to do would lead to a reduction. I yield my remaining time to Mr. Moulton.
Thank you, Mr. Garamendi. I'd just like to make 2 quick points. The first is that there is an important step left out of this discussion. 23-1, the Intelligence Committee voted to share this information with members of Congress. Correct, Mr. Turner? It was within a few hours of that decision that the information was leaked. As you said, it was not declassified.
That's not correct. You asked the question.
It's the gentleman's time,
No,
Mr. Garamendi's time, and I ask everybody to address your remarks to the chair. Everybody needs to take the temperature down a little bit now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if I might reclaim my time. You're absolutely correct.
It is your time.
It is my time. You're absolutely correct. We're going back and forth here, and we're sinking, and I would suggest that's not good.
I agree.
Mr. Chairman, I still have some more time. Mr. Moulton, please address your remarks to the chair. And Mr. Turner, if you would be so kind to do the same.
Mr. Garamendi, I will continue to address my remarks to the chair as I have. The two quick points are, there is a point left out here in the timeline, which is that the information was shared with members of Congress and it was leaked by members of Congress, and that's how the press found out about it, and you can check the timeline. And as to the gentleman's question about why I did not avail myself of the Intelligence Committee briefing, is because I've been briefed on this for 2 years on ask.
The gentleman's time is Mr. Moulton's time, which is now expired.
Thank
Chair
you.
now recognizes Mr. Lamborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too oppose this amendment, and I yield the balance of my time to Representative Turner.
I just want to correct the record. This was not leaked. It was, in fact, a statement by the administration, and every step in this has been an administration statement.
Mr. Whitman's, that was Mr. Whitman. Anybody else seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
I oppose Mr. Moulton's amendment, and as one of the few members of this committee that also sits on the House Intelligence Committee, which Mr. Moulton does not sit on, I would like to inform Mr. Moulton that, in fact, the briefings we receive on the Intelligence Committee differ from the briefings we receive on the Armed Services Committee in terms of our jurisdiction, in terms of the information we're provided. So for you to be an expert as to what happened in that committee hearing is just false.
Again,
You didn't even
address
receive
your
the
remarks
briefing.
to the chair.
Mr. Chair, the gentleman from Massachusetts not only is not a part of that committee, was not privy to that vote, which was overwhelmingly 23-1, nor did he take the time to review the material. Mr. Turner is exactly right that the administration put out a statement. There was no leak, and that is why I oppose this amendment. And with my minute left, I just want to add to the record the previous targeted political amendment by the gentleman from Massachusetts. The statement he was referencing was not from the Missile Defense Agency. It was from a political appointee, 4 sentences long, in OSD, a political appointee by the Biden administration, not the position of the Missile Defense Agency. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Norcross is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I did have the opportunity, and I took it to go and read the information. I also sit on Strat Forces, so I concur with the information was things that we both know. And I yield the balance of my time to Seth Moulton.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, just to clarify to you, we have been briefed on this for several years on Strat. Some of my colleagues sit on Strat as well. We haven't felt a need to share this. I'm not objecting to the fact that the Intelligence Committee voted 23-1 to disclose it. But before the administration made the decision to declassify this information, it was leaked to the press. That's just simply the timeline. That's simply the timeline. And we can ask the staff if you want, if the information that was briefed to HPSI was materially different than the information that was briefed to Strat. And at the end of the day, all we're saying is that if this was leaked, we should understand the consequences. That's all. We should just understand the consequences of that to our nation's response to a very serious threat to our national security. Mr. Chairman, may I ask, would it be possible for the staff to just answer this question as to whether the information was material different?
We're not going to find it appropriate for the staff to comment on classified information.
Okay, then I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Wilson's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to Chairman Mike Turner.
Point of clarification. So both Elise and I sit on Strat Forces and sit on the Intelligence Committee. The information that the Intelligence Committee gets, we get from different channels than the Armed Services Committee gets. They are not the same documents and the same information. They might be significantly encompassing information that Mr. Norcross had seen before, but they are not. It is not the same information. The staff would not be able to tell you because they don't have access to Intelligence Committee materials. They don't have clearance for it. They only get to see this side's information. The opportunity that we gave was for people to see both sides who sit on the committee and sit on Strat Forces, but also for the rest of the committee to know, and really for the rest, if the the administration so choose to declassify it, the rest of the world to begin a discussion that day zero has begun. The fact that the administration has now confirmed that Russia has developed an anti-satellite nuclear weapon with the intention of putting it in space changes the dynamics for everyone and everything. I mean, the documents that I just put into the record shows it changes agriculture, it changes commercial activity, it changes military activity. And I believe, Mr. Moulton, you were saying this is, so correct me if I'm wrong, but this had been going on for some time, that you had this information. So we can presume from your saying that the administration had that information for some time. And there are things that need to be done. As time passes, we lose options, and the world becomes less safe, and the vulnerabilities become greater. But without the world understanding, you don't have an ability to impact the outcome. You don't have an ability to change day zero. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. There's no further debate. The question occurs on the amendment by Mr. Moulton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded votes requested and recorded votes postponed. Next, we will go to amendment number, or log number 4491R3 by Mr. Moulton. Is this the? Okay, I'm going to ask the committee to work with us on this. The majority has worked with the minority on this amendment that will be withdrawn, but I would ask this: without objection, for the purpose of log 4491, Mr. Moulton shall control 7 minutes. He may yield the debate to other members prior to withdrawing his amendment. Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Moulton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
I'm sorry, I've got to call it up first. Mr. Moulton, what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will please distribute the amendment without It is 4491R3. Without objection, the reading of the amendments dispensed with. The chair recognizes Mr. Moulton for the purpose of explaining his amendment. I reserve a point of order against the amendment. You're recognized.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll be brief because I know there are other members who want to speak on this. This amendment would authorize the Secretary of Defense to seize intellectual property associated with the F-35 program that, in the Secretary's judgment, he believes would benefit U.S. national security. Listen, we all know that the F-35 program is behind schedule, it's way over budget, grossly, and it's not delivering the airplanes ready to fight that we need. One of the fundamental issues is that Lockheed has controlled the intellectual property from day one. Now, everyone in DoD acknowledges this was a contracting mistake from 20 years ago, but they throw up their hands and say we can't do anything about it. It's a shame because we have a lot of extraordinary software developers in America, but we can't allow them to work on this program because Lockheed refuses to give up the intellectual property. Lockheed's going to keep making these planes no matter what happens. But we know it's software that's delaying their combat effectiveness. So all we're saying with this amendment is if the Secretary determines that it's in the national security interest of the United States to open up the software to competition, to basic competition to get the best software for this plane that we can, then he has the discretion to do so. This is a bipartisan amendment with bipartisan support. Just a few hours ago, it was scored by CBO. That's the only reason we have to withdraw it, because we did not make a provision to pay for it in the bill. But I would like to yield to other members who would like to speak on it. Go ahead. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Mr. Moulton on this one. The agreements that were made decades ago put us in kind of a quirky position with Lockheed, and the F-35 has kind of walked itself into I don't want to say a dead end, but it's in a position that we need competition. We need the software. We need to have the ability to put those assets overhead, and right now that's just not happening. So Mr. Moulton was dead on with this one, and I hope Lockheed is listening because we are seriously paying attention to this. I yield back.
And I support the amendment. I echo both Mr. Moulton's comments and Mr. Luttrell's as well. I think we need more competition in our industrial base in general, and in particular with this program, the need for more competition, more efforts to get this right, I think is urgent and clear. And so I support the goal of this, which is exactly that, to get this program back on track, to protect public money and make sure that we have the equipment that we need, the aircraft we need that can deliver on time. With that, I yield back to Mr. Moulton.
I thank my friend, and now I'd like to yield to Mr. Jimenez from Florida.
Thank you. Thank you for yielding. In my time on HASC, and I've been here for a year, I don't think there's any program that frustrates me more than the F-35 program. And I share a lot of the views that Mr. Moulton has and a lot of my colleagues about this program. I believe that we put way too many eggs in one basket. We put everything here, and this is not just one system that we do that. I think we have a history of doing just that, putting too many eggs in one basket and hoping things will work. The program is behind schedule, over budget, software issues, a lot of issues. It's a great aircraft, but it's got issues. I may not be there right now to vote for this, but I'll tell you this, I'm getting there. And if this comes back next year and if Lockheed hasn't made the fixes, then I will be supporting this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I'd like to yield to the ranking member.
I'll say this quickly because there's only an amount of time. It's no small thing for government to confiscate intellectual property. I share all the sympathies that everyone's got here and what we need to do about this. In law, we would quite possibly have to compensate them for that, which would be really, really, really expensive. Just as this debate goes forward, I just want to put that note out there for everyone to get really enthusiastic about this. If we could just do this and force them to turn it over, I think you'd have a lot of support for that. But this is a much more complicated legal thing than just saying, hey, we want that. You have to give it to us. There's all kinds of implications here that as we figure out how to get to where we want to be with Lockheed on the F-35, please consider those further implications before you rush forward too quickly. Thank you.
Thank the ranking member. We just have 2 minutes left, so I'd ask my colleagues to be quick. Mr. Mills.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that whether you look at the F-16 program, F-22, or F-35, and many of these programs, not only are they over budget, but they're also out of time. They also have continued to go back and forth on asking for various contract authorizations to modify the existing thing, whether it's change out of materials or whether or not they actually said they could deliver on a certain schedule and then ask for a change in this. The reason I know is because I've worked with the actual procurement arms of the DoD. I've worked in the procurement arms of many of the actual defense industries, and I've seen this time and time again where bad behavior is being rewarded when they're not meeting their quota and their timeline that they submitted an actual proposal to, promising the American taxpayers that they are going to deliver at this cost, at this time, to ensure we have the best materials in the field. I think that if we continue this type of action, then all we're doing is rewarding this behavior, and we're not allowing the contract officers to issue the necessary cure notices, which will enable us to be able to not only save taxpayers, but ensure that we meet the challenges on the battlefield. With that, I yield back to my
I thank the gentleman. I yield to Mr. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Moulton. I agree with my colleagues. The stakes are too high. We have to make tough choices, and we owe it to the warfighters, we owe it to the taxpayers. And to the ranking member's point on cost, I hear you, but with due respect, we've paid so many billions of dollars already on this that I think we have to send a clear message, and I yield back to Mr. Moulton.
I thank the gentleman. I yield to Mr. Khanna.
I would just say that 92% of Lockheed's revenue comes from the government. The last thing they would want to do is sue the United States government. If they were that dumb, the CEO would be fired. And you've got plenty of tech entrepreneurs and software engineers in my district who are twice as competent as most of the people at Lockheed. It's a crime that they're not being able to contribute to getting the F-35 operational.
I thank the gentleman. I yield to Mr. Garamendi. You have 15 seconds. I've never seen you do it, John, but if you can. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for the extended debate on this. I think it's an important message to send. This is broken. We need to fix it. I yield back. I do withdraw.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I reserve a point of order against the amendment. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment regards paid leave. And in a subsequent NDAA, we provided this paid leave pro-family benefit to all federal employees. We made historic progress on that. In this time, we've also, through another NDAA, expanded paid leave to 12 weeks of paid leave for all of our armed and uniformed services, a benefit now provided to all military service members. Last year in the NDAA, we were able to update eligibility for our veterans who are transitioning from the military to the federal government. All of these efforts have been through the NDAA, and all of them have allowed more paid leave for more people. We have also observed another oversight, and we need to fix it, and I believe we can. This year, we're trying to fix a wrong by ensuring inclusion for a group who has not been included, the USPHS, or the Uniformed Services Public Health Systems, one of 8 services that wear uniforms. The USPHS is led by the Surgeon General and is comprised of 6,000 commissioned individuals and uniform-wearing officers. They stand by 24/7 to respond at a moment's notice to whatever we need them to do. They've been deployed to Ebola and Zika outbreaks, to Katrina, Sandy, Harvey, and Maria, to Deepwater Horizon and other spills, to COVID-19, and to rendered assistance to other natural disasters. They are assigned to oversee disease control and prevention, biomedical research, and they support the Coast Guard. They do not, however, have the same access to paid leave as other uniformed personnel and our federal employees. We were successful in finding and securing a waiver for this from the Energy and Commerce Committee to be able to allow this to happen again through the NDAA, but due to concerns regarding germaneness, unfortunately, we're going to have to withdraw. I thank the chair. I thank Rep. Bacon for his time as well. I look forward to the commitment of the chair to bring this to the floor for further consideration. Am I allowed to give him time? Mr. Bacon time?
It's 3 seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry. I burned up her last few seconds. Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
I'm a co-sponsor of this. I just wanted to say it was a real pleasure to work with Ms. Houlihan on the quality of life effort that we're doing, and it was a great team, great bipartisan effort. We've been able to get these benefits for everybody but the U.S. Public Health Service, and a shame that we can't make that happen. But I really appreciate your leadership, and you've made a lot of impact over the last few of these NDAs in this area. So I yield back.
Gentlelady now withdraws her amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady withdraws.
All right, now we're on to Waltz.
We now will consider log number 3740 by Mr. Waltz. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? You have a bill at the desk? Yes, sir. I thought you did. The clerk will please distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We actually successfully passed this amendment last year. Just to remind everyone, it was Section 567 in an en bloc that required the Army to create sex-neutral fitness standards for certain military occupational specialties. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into the record the op-ed from the Kristen Geist, the first female infantry officer and the first successful graduate of Ranger School.
Without objections ordered.
And the title of the op-ed is "With Equal Opportunity Comes Equal Responsibility. Lowering fitness standards to accommodate women will hurt the Army and women." And she goes on to say that based on her experience, she feels compelled to share how lowering standards for women in combat units, in infantry units, armor unit, artillery units, not only hurts the performance of the unit, it hurts the efforts of women to be treated equally in these systems. And she quotes, "Under a gender-based system, lowering female standards reinforces the belief that women cannot perform the same job as men, making it more difficult to earn the trust and confidence for her teammates." She says, while it may be difficult for a 120-pound woman to lift or drag a 250-pound man to a medevac helicopter, the Army cannot artificially absolve female soldiers of that responsibility because it exists on the battlefield. And to not require women to meet equal standards in combat arms will not only undermine their credibility, but also place their women, their teammates, and their mission at risk. Mr. Chairman, we've seen in Ukraine, we're seeing in Gaza, that the enemy's bullets do not discriminate. The requirements of combat can be lethal and brutal and physical, and women and men in the foxhole together should have to hit the same standards. This is about standards and nothing else. And I
Gentleman's time
encourage support.
expired.
Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are a committee rooted in bipartisanship, and I believe it is our responsibility and literally our job to find consensus. And for that reason, I want to offer my perspective here. Historically, I have voted in favor of efforts such as this, and I'll explain why. I come from a military family, and so as often as I can, I look for the opinions of service members who have served and who are serving. One such member, funny that you should mention her, is Major Griest, or Griest is my understanding is how it's pronounced. She said, under a gender-based system, women in combat need to fight every day to dispel the notion that their presence inherently weakens the previously all-male units. Many women who I speak to who are currently serving share this feeling as well. They don't want to think they did anything differently than the men who they stand side by side with. And it is for that reason that I agree with the comments of my friend, Mr. Waltz. A strong military is about lethality and cohesion, and it is really important that we have that identified. But first, we must look at the data. Last year, I had the chance to talk to the Army about this issue exactly. Data from women who are currently serving in these combat MOS specialties showed a significant number of women would not meet this new standard. A disproportionate percentage of the failures of these women would be due to one specific event. One specific event, the medicine ball throw, would cause by far so many women to be able to fail the overall test. Statistical outliers such as this one event out of the 6 that they're required to do are important to note, and it would come when it comes to potentially ending the service of a woman, the servicewoman's career, or preventing a career from happening at all, we need to understand this better. Again, I'm not opposed to the underlying premise of this bill, but I do ask Mr. Waltz that I commit to you to work with you and your team to understand this issue more fully so that we can make sure we address this outlier. I would also ask that you take a time to look at your MOS listed. 25C and 68W, radio operators and combat medics tend to be very heavily skewed towards women, which would very much affect readiness. It is with that spirit that I ask to work with you on this, and I yield my time back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson, and thank you, Ms. Houlihan. I appreciate that. Absolutely will work with you and absolutely will work with the Army to make sure that the standards are appropriate for what's needed in combat arms units. And if they're not, then they're not needed. But at the end of the day, the conversation, I will always strive to have it directed towards standards and nothing else. You need them in combat or you don't. And in that end, the standards for different jobs should vary. It is different to be in a SEAL platoon or an infantry unit, different physical standard than to be a cyber warrior or to be a pilot or to be an intelligence officer. So I don't think we need a one-size-fits-all across every job in the military, but we do need to establish what those standards are, and regardless of who you are, where you come from, what part of the country, what gender, you either hit them or you don't. And I think that is actually fair to women, like now Major Griest, and her accomplishment, and I appreciate your support, and I urge my colleagues' support.
I yield back the remainder of my time.
Chair recognizes Ms. Sherrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to urge and support what Ms. Houlihan's been saying, because I do think we need to make sure that the needs of the military are backed by science and backed by who can actually perform these different duties. So, for example, I had a physical fitness test that I had to take every year based on gender and age to make sure I was competent to be in the military to do certain basic level jobs. I then had gender neutral training such as SEER School or the helicopter dunker, the platform dive, to make sure that I could perform certain missions. And I think it's fair to ask that we have a standard for certain missions that is necessary, but I also want to make sure that as we're looking at the needs of the military and we're looking at the needs like the Lioness Squad, women who go in and get intelligence with special operators from houses run by women in the Middle East, that we're making sure we're not cutting out women from service that they can perform based on the physical fitness test that they need to pass for a simple gender-neutral standard across the board that's not based on the actual needs of the military. So I'd encourage a continued work on this, and I'd support what Ms. Houlihan said to make sure we are looking carefully at what these needs are, especially in certain MOSs which heavily rely on our women service members. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Kim.
I yield my time to Congresswoman Houlihan.
Thank you, and I just would like to emphasize my sincere interest in working with you, Mr. Waltz, on this issue. I really do believe that we can find our way to yes, but it just needs to be a little bit more I don't want to say thoughtful, but a little bit more surgical and direct. One of the specialty codes is 12A, which is an engineer. That's what I am. I can tell you that depending on what kind of engineer we're talking about, and I served in the Air Force, so I'm confident it was a very different kind of engineer, we may or may not have an agreement on what those standards are. As I mentioned, some of those other fields happen to be mostly dominated by women currently, and we need to, in an all-volunteer military with an increasingly larger population of women participating in that all-volunteer military, we need to be pretty precise about our requirements. And so I would just ask that we look a little bit deeper on these 6 requirements, particularly the medicine ball one, which I think is an interesting one, and I'd like to imagine what I need that for. But I would love it if we could work with you on this. And I
Will the gentleman yield her time?
Yes.
And again, those specialties are very specific. The 12 Alpha engineer in the Army is secondary MOS is the infantry. They're specifically devoted to clearing minefields and all of the tasks that are devoted to that, with a secondary again with a secondary specialty of infantry. Very physically demanding, and anyone who hits it, any woman who hits the tasks, any man who hits the task, great. And if they don't, they don't. But I agree with you. We need to continue to work with the services to have real data behind what the standards are and whether they're truly necessary. And I yield back to the gentleman.
Thank you.
Mr. Kim, do you yield? Mr. Kim yields back. There are no further debate. The question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Waltz. So many in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion should the ayes have it. The amendment's agreed to. Recorded votes requested and is postponed. We will now consider, well, what are we doing?
We're going to do on block number 3.
All right. We now will move to Chairman's Mark en bloc package number 3. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 3, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority. Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. Let me get something over. The en bloc package number 3 is comprised of the following: Log 3924 by Rep. Turner, Log 3728R1 by Rep. Banks, Log 4609R4 by Rep. Lalota, Log 3761R1 by Representative Jackson of Texas, Log 3866R2 by Representative Lamborn, Log 4560R2 by Representative Desjardins, Log 3791R2 by Representative Desjardins, Log 4647R1 by Rep. Escobar, Log 4105R3 by Rep. Luttrell, Log 3752R5 by Rep. Waltz, Log 3864R3 by Rep. Fallon, Log 4417R1 by Rep. Lalota, Log 3873 by Rep. Kiggins, Log 3948R2 by Rep. McCormick, Log 4515 by R1 by Rep. Jackson of Texas, Log 3810 by Rep. Scott, Log 4517R1 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 3846R1 by Rep. Scott, Log 4215R4 by Rep. Jacobs, Log 4470R2 by Rep. Banks, Log 4096 by Rep. Jackson of North Carolina, Log 4340R4 by Rep. Graves, Log 3999R1 by Rep. Panetta, Log 4534R2 by Rep. Slotkin, Log 4505R1 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 3807R1 by Rep. Scott, Log 3808R1 by Rep. Scott, Log 3880 by Rep. Kiggins, Log 4423R2 by Delegate Moylan, Log 4336R2 by Rep. Turner, Log 3762 by Rep. Jackson of Texas, Log 4469R2 by Rep. Banks, Log 3818R2 by Rep. Jackson of Texas, Log 3832R2 by Rep. Jackson of Texas, Log 4325R1 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 4109 by Rep. Kiggins, Log 4190R1 by Rep. Jackson of Texas, Log 3843 by Rep. Horsford, Log 4324R3 by Rep. Stefanik, Log 4244R1 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 4253R1 by Rep. Bergman, Log 4387R1 by Rep. Bacon, Log 3883 by Rep. Strickland, Log 3992 by Rep. Panetta, Log 3865R4 by Rep. Fallon, Log 4439R1 by Rep. Whitman, Log 3898R1 by Rep. Bacon, Log 4359R1 by Rep. Mace, Log 3783 by Rep. Waltz, Log 4167R4 by Rep. Jacobs, Log 4008 by Rep. Whitman, Log 4570R1 by Rep. Bacon, Log 4485R3 by Rep. Whitman, Log 3731R1 by Rep. Jackson of Texas, Log 4288 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 3927 by Rep. Kelly, Log 4474R3 by Rep. Lamborn, Log 4596 by Rep. Graves, Log 4290R2 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 3766 by Rep. Rep. Jackson of Texas, Log 3985 by Rep. Panetta, Log 4103 by Rep. Davis, Log 4455R2 by Rep. Carbajal, Log 3730R1 by Rep. Waltz, Log 4259R2 by Rep. Whitman, Log 4102R7 by Rep. Veazey, Log 4587R1 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 4589R1 by Rep. Luttrell, Log 3822 by Rep. Lamborn, Log 4158R3 by Rep. Stefanik, Log 4296R1 by Rep. Mace. Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? The question is on en bloc package number 3. So many as in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the en bloc package is agreed to. Now call up Chairman's en bloc package number 4. We will now consider en bloc package number 4. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 4, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with a minority. Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. The en bloc package number 4 is comprised of the following: Log 4502R1 by Rep. Bacon, Log 4407R6 by Rep. Davis, Log 3983R1 by Rep. Horsford, Log 4482R1 by Rep. Wilson, Log 4344R3 by Rep. Mills, Log 4475R3 by Rep. Alford, Log 4383R2 by Rep. Mills, Log 4526R1 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 4618R1 by Rep. Rogers, Log 4265R1 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 4277R1 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 4249R1 by Rep. Whitman, Log 4038R1 by Rep. Fallon, Log 4040R1 by Rep. Deluzio, Log 4628R2 by Rep. Graves, Log 4133R1 by Rep. McClellan, Log 4519R1 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 4027 by Rep. Finstead, Log 4123R1 by Rep. Escobar, Log 4390R1 by Rep. Sherrill, Log 4499R1 by Rep. Moulton, Log 4070 by Rep. Deluzio, Log 4496 R2 by Rep. Slotkin. Log 4010 R1 by Rep. Fallon. Log 4332 R1 by Rep. Keating. Log 4174 R2 by Rep. Jacobs. Log 4630 by Rep. Rogers. Log 4633 R1 by Rep. Sherrill. Log 3910 by Rep. Jackson of North Carolina. Log 4484 R4 by Rep. Wilson. Log 4222 R1 by Rep. Garamendi. Log 4631 by Rep. Waltz. Log 3819 R1 by Rep. Jackson of Texas. Log 4637 by Rep. Waltz. Log 4635 by Rep. Luttrell. Log 4634 by Rep. Rogers. Log 4639 by Rep. Whitman. Log 4643 by Rep. Rogers. Log 4561 by Rep. Bergman. Log 4640 by Rep. Courtney. Log 4644 by Rep. Jackson of North Carolina. Log 4649 by Rep. Mace. Log 4416 R6 by Rep. Keating. Log 4648 by Rep. Luttrell. Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? Question is on the en bloc package. So many as in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the en bloc package is agreed to.
All right, we're back to regular amendment debate.
Okay, we now will.
Let me just hold on for one moment. Can't call it up until we have it. Just one second. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk as modified. It's now in order to consider log 4658 R2.
Okay, it's now in order to consider log 4658 R2 by Ms. Sherrill. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk
Will
as
the-
modified.
Will the clerk, you have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, as modified. Oh, no.
You have an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? The reading of the amendments dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment would allow women in the service, like in 23 other states in the District of Columbia, to get a 12-month prescription for contraception, which would be helpful to service women, as you can imagine, given their deployments. This would make it far easier to access their contraception. So this is pretty straightforward, lengthening the time of prescriptions for contraception to 12 months. I'm going to yell back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anybody seek recognition? There's no further debate on the question. The question occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Sherrill. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment's agreed to. Is there any request for a recorded vote? Seeing none, the amendment's agreed to. All right, we will now.
We want the second degree amendment here, so members need to come to the room.
Yeah, let me advise members that I expect that when we call Mr. Banks' amendment up, Mr. Kuda is going to have a perfecting amendment which will require an immediate vote. So members need to make their way to the chamber who are not in the meeting chamber. So yeah, like now. So if you're in your office, you need to tell your member to get to the chamber. All right, we will now consider log number 4566 R1 by Mr. Banks. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment without objection? The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Indiana for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would improve the education of DODEA students by ensuring that teachers who are assigned to 21st century classrooms know how to effectively teach and manage classes. Children of service members also deserve consistency in their education. That's why this amendment provides teachers in hard-to-staff DODEA schools with increased bonuses if they stay longer, ensuring students won't be stuck with long-term substitutes or Spanish teachers teaching calculus. And finally, because of the deep concern of parents at the Bahrain school, which has been struggling with poor teaching, flooding, and even recently celebrated a notorious anti-Semite, we have developed a pilot program to allow no more than 30 students to attend local schools through the same program children of foreign service officers use. These struggles underscore the need to provide service member families with educational options. I'm disappointed that some of my colleagues oppose this provision to offer bonuses to teachers and to help prepare teachers for the 21st century classroom. Our military parents shouldn't need to worry about their kids' education. This amendment would relieve some of that worry across overseas locations, and in particular in the CENTCOM AOR, where they most need reassurance. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any amendments to the amendment? I believe Ms. Takuda has one. Are you recognized, Ms. Takuda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a perfecting amendment at the desk.
Gentlelady has an amendment at the desk. For the purpose of recognizing Amendment 4657, she's recognized. She has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will distribute the amendment. Without objection, the reading of the amendments dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My perfecting amendment strikes the school voucher pilot program and makes conforming amendments. As a mother of 2 school-aged children, I am just as concerned as many of you about last year's reports that the Dodea School in Bahrain is not addressing students and family needs and providing the free and appropriate education entitled to each American youth. These are serious issues that must be addressed. But when there are concerns about the quality of education in a particular Dodea school, the answer is not school vouchers. Rather, we should focus and double down on addressing the concerns and fixing the problems. We should implement strategies like those that are identified in this amendment: training requirements, pay bonuses to attract and retain the best talent. In those ways, most of Congressman Banks' amendment proposes obvious bipartisan ways for us to address the issues raised in Bahrain and other Dodea schools. But we should be honest about what this amendment really is: a veiled attempt to get a foot in the door for school vouchers across the department's education enterprise, and an attack on Dodea teachers working hard to support military families across the world. Even starting with a small or pilot voucher program could usher in cuts that could balloon and ultimately undermine Dodea. We have seen voucher proponents regularly propose smaller targeted programs and then work to greatly expand them, even when the initial program doesn't produce the results that proponents claim they would. Repeated studies of voucher programs across the country show that vouchers result in worse test scores for students, and the negative impact is on par or even exceeds the learning loss resulting from natural disasters like Hurricane Katrina and the COVID pandemic. Across the Department of Defense, Dodea schools provide excellent education to our students. Their outstanding record is well documented, and if Dodea were a state, the test scores of its students would make Dodea the highest performing state in the country. Students using vouchers are not provided the same rights and services such as special education programs and services, ESL, learning supports, and counselors. It's also worth noting for individual families, the cost of private school tuition often exceeds the amount of vouchers. Bottom line, vouchers are not a solution for Dodea schools or in Bahrain. They deserve better, and we must make sure that we...
Gentlelady's time's expired.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make one thing clear because it was highly misleading from the sponsor of the First Amendment's way of putting this. There's a couple things going on here. One is the voucher program that Ms. Takuda just spoke to. A number of people do oppose that. The second piece of this are the bonuses and the added support for the school that Mr. Banks referenced at the start of that. I want to assure everybody on our side of the aisle, I know, supports those bonus payments, and I'm pretty sure everyone on the other side of the aisle does as well. That is a piece of it, but that's not what we're debating. That's why the perfecting amendment is being offered to have the debate be about the vouchers, which is where the disagreements exist. Mr. Kuda did a great job of explaining why we're concerned about vouchers. I won't add to that. I just don't want anyone to be misleaded. Misleaded? Yeah, I think that's the word. Misled. There we go. I knew that was wrong, but it's late. I couldn't figure out what was right. That we oppose the bonus payments. We support that. As Mr. Kuda said, if the school isn't performing, the solution is to get in there and make it perform, not pluck 30 out of 858 students out of the school and send them off to some other place unknown without the regulations that are so necessary to good education. So if you want to support the bonuses for the teachers, vote for Mr. Kuda's amendment. That is what will accomplish it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, I oppose the amendment. It would eliminate the ability of just 30, let me emphasize that, only 30 students who are assigned to Bahrain to attend a local international school while leaving in teacher bonuses. The amendment ignores the parents of just 15 families who have repeatedly struggled to get their kids a good education at the Bahrain school, to utilize a program that every Department of State family uses across the world because they are military kids, not State Department kids. So we're going to punish these kids because they're military kids, not State Department kids. These parents have been repeatedly ignored, belittled, and bullied by the DODIA administration in Bahrain, in Europe, and in Washington. And now they're being treated as second class to the State Department because their parents chose to serve in the military, not to be diplomats. This isn't about politics. This is about allowing military kids the same benefits as our State Department families get. I urge you to vote against the amendment and support the original amendment that I introduced a moment ago. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any further debate? There's no further debate on the question. On the question offered by Ms. Dakuda. As many in favor of the Dakuda amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Recorded vote is requested. We have to do it right now, exactly. I would urge everybody to press the on button, the on button.
We're gonna roll into it.
That's what I'm doing. I'm making fun of the Yankees. All right. Everybody needs to take their seat. Where is the is this it?
No. We're just, we're just gonna say, members will record the vote by electronic device.
Okay, the question occurs on the amendment by Ms. Dakuda. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting no.
And the ranking member will be voting yes.
All right, the clerk will open the machine and the members will vote.
Come on, get in there.
All right, have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will lock the machine and report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 28, the noes are 30.
The amendment is not agreed to.
Is there any remaining debate on the underlying?
Is there any remaining debate on the underlying amendment by Mr. Banks?
Question now occurs on 4566R1.
Question now occurs on the underlying amendment by Mr. Banks. The chairman will be voting aye.
We don't have to, we can voice it.
Oh, well, it's yes, right. All the members in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Roll call vote. Which will be postponed.
We're gonna do that now.
Oh, we're going to do it now. I got all kind of directions coming up here. Everybody's doing this. I'm going to pause for a minute while the staff sort this out. All right, the request for recorded vote is withdrawn. The Banks amendment is adopted. All right. Now we resume our log of amendments.
We're gonna go to a series of votes. This will be our last series of votes. So this was.
We're not going to do the en bloc.
We're gonna do it after the votes.
All right, we now members need to remain in the chamber. We now are going to do another series of recorded votes. All right, is everybody? Everybody needs to be in the chamber. Yeah, everybody needs to stay in the chamber. First, we're going to take up Mr. Garamendi's amendment, 4231, from earlier. The chairman will be voting no.
Ranking member will be voting aye.
The ranking member will be voting aye. The clerk will open the machines and the members will vote.
No, this is the first one on the floor.
Have all members voted? Mr. Garamendi.
Press the red button real quick. I'm serious, I'm not joking. There it is. It was already on. Yes, you just want to vote no.
All right, now then, have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Clerk will close the machine and report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 13, the noes are 45.
The amendment is not agreed to. We will now consider Garamendi Amendment 4219R2. All right, now we're going to.
4206.
Okay, Garamendi Amendment
4206 R1.
All right, you can finish doing what you're doing, and then let me know when you're through.
I'm through.
All right, we're now going to consider Garamendi 4206 R1. Question occurs on Garamendi 42R6 R1. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting no.
Ranking member will be voting aye.
Clerk will open the machine and the members will vote.
This would be the pits.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Not, the clerk will lock the machine and record the tally.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 24, the noes are 34.
The noes prevail and the amendment is not agreed to. Committee postponed further proceedings on log number 4219R2 by Mr. Garamendi and shall resume those proceedings. The question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting no.
Ranking member will be voting aye.
Clerk will open the machine and the members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Seeing none, the clerk will lock the machine and report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 9, the noes are 49.
The amendment is not agreed to. Committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 4051 R1 by Mr. Moulton and shall now resume those proceedings. Question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Chairman will be voting no.
Ranking member will be voting aye.
Clerk will open the machine and the members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Seeing none, the clerk will lock the machine and report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 28, the noes are 30.
The amendment is not agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 4071 by Mr. Moulton and shall now resume those proceedings. Question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting no.
Ranking member will be voting aye.
Clerk will open the machine and the members will vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Seeing none, the clerk will lock the machine and report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 31, the noes are 27.
The amendment is agreed to. The committee postponed further proceedings on amendment log number 3740 by Mr. Waltz and shall now resume those proceedings. The question occurs on the amendment. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting yes.
And ranking member will be voting no.
Clerk will open the machine and the members will record their vote.
Members are advised.
Huh?
After this, we need to advise people to stay in the chamber.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? Seeing none, the clerk will lock the machine and report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 29, the noes are 29.
The amendment fails. All right. Members should remain in the chamber. We now consider en bloc package number 5. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 5, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority without objection so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Log 4645R1 by Rep. Golden. Log 4636R1 by Rep. Latrell. Log 4656R1 by Rep. Strong. Log 4254R1 by Rep. Whitman. Log 4650 by Rep. McCormick. Log 3899R2 by Rep. Banks. Log 4660R3 by Rep. Fallon. Log 4150R2 by Rep. Takuda. Log 4440R2 by Rep. Turner. Log 4607R5 by Rep. Fallon. Log 4306R1 by Rep. Jackson. Log 4651R1 by Rep. Garamendi. Log 3942R2 by Rep. Lalota. Log 4661 by Rep. Vasquez. Log 4326R1 by Rep. Whitman. Log 4401 by Rep. Latrell. Log 4662 by Rep. Houlihan. Log 4161R5 by Rep. Jackson of North Carolina. Log 3975R3 by Rep. Gallego. Log 4062R1 by Rep. Khanna. Log 4352R2 by Rep. Jacobs. Log 4646R3 by Rep. Houlihan. Log 4654R1 by Rep. Escobar. Log 4453R2 by Rep. Banks. Log 3757R6 by Rep. Waltz. Is there further discussion on the en bloc package? The question is on the en bloc package, so many as in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Are there any further amendments on the chairman's mark?
Are there any further amendments to the chairman's mark? If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the chairman's mark as amended.
The question is on the motion of the gentleman from Virginia. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. A quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. A recorded.
So we are closing statements. You don't need any closing comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to tell all of you, you rock. This is awesome. I've been here 22 years. I know the chairman, the ranking member's been here 28. We've never seen anything like this. We are done before 10:15.
Yeah. Woo.
I am immensely proud of y'all, but I am incredibly proud of the staff that we have that have worked for months.
Yeah.
Worked for months to make this happen, and this is an incredible piece of legislation that authorizes over half of all discretionary spending, and it will become law, and it is going to be one of the most consequential pieces of legislation in each of our careers because of what it does for our service members' quality of life. Thank you very much. Now I yield to the ranking member for any closing statements he may have.
Thank you. I disagree with everything the chairman just said. Just want to emphasize the one point about the staff. As I always say, we submit hundreds of amendments with massive revisions. By the time you're all said and done here, we're 2,000-3,000 different things that the staff have to consider, and we wouldn't get done if they didn't negotiate and work through all of that. It is an enormous amount of paperwork and language to get through and make sure that they get right, and they do an incredible job. So I want to thank them, and I want to thank the chairman for running an outstanding committee and the members for working in a bipartisan fashion to complete an excellent product. And with that, I yield back.
Great. We will now move on reporting the bill favorably to the House. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, for the purpose of a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee report the bill, H.R. 8070, as amended, favorably to the House.
Question is on the motion of the gentleman from Virginia. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it. The chair calls for a recorded vote. Members will record their vote by electronic device. The chairman will be voting aye.
Ranking member will be voting aye as well.
Clerk will open the machine and the members will vote. Row, come on, row, row. Come on. Deja elect, Mr. Okay, have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will lock the machine and members will vote. Lock the machine and record the tally.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 57, the noes are 1.
The bill is adopted as amended. The quorum being present, the motion is agreed to, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, consistent with House rules, I would like to assert the right of any member to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views for inclusion in the committee's report to the House on the bill just ordered reported.
Pursuant to Clause 2L of House Rule 11, all members are entitled to not less than 2 calendar days to file such views in writing. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary conforming technical and clerical changes and to remove from the bill as amended provisions that would cause the bill to be referred to other committees that would result in additional direct spending or that would result in an earmark that does not meet the criteria of a community funding project or that would result in a community funding project for which requirements of Clause 17 of House Rule 23 have not been met. Without objection, so ordered. Finally, I ask unanimous consent that the chairman be authorized to make such motions on the floor as are necessary to go to conference with the Senate on H.R. 8070 or a similar Senate bill. Without objection, so ordered. If there is no further business, this committee stands adjourned. All right. That's awesome.